Welcome to 10th Global Accessibility Awareness Day 2021. Abhik Biswas, as founder and CEO of Prakat Solutions, Anuradha has worked towards building and growing global organizations throughout her career. She is passionate about inspiring young professionals and budding entrepreneurs, a quality she picked up from her mentors. Now she's dynamically involved in addressing social concerns with possible solutions.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 7th year of Prakat's GAAD celebrations. Over the last few years, we've tried our best to bring out inspiring stories of success stories of people with disabilities and also highlight pioneering efforts from well-meaning people for improving the life for people with disabilities and create accessible solutions. And this year we are very honored to be joined by the very founders of GAAD, Joe and Jason. And I'm very curious and interested, like many of you, as to what was the drivers for them to start GAAD in the first place over 10 years ago. So while we have seen all their efforts go worldwide, I'm curious to see the personal anecdotes which mattered to them, which became a huge motivation for the whole industry for digital accessibility. I don't know, it's funny, adversities bring people together, and this whole pandemic situation actually has crunched the world at one level and made it possible for us to get far more eminent speakers than what we would have been able to manage in a more isolated scenario. So we are very, very honored to have speakers from all over the globe, especially from US, Canada, China and India, talking about their personal experiences in this space. The first and foremost is the guru, who's considered the guru of digital accessibility, is Mike Pesiello, who was the founder of the Pesiello Group, and since then he has relentlessly worked towards the cause of accessibility and paved the way for several next generation efforts in the world of accessibility. Today he is the founder of Webable, which is further enhancing valuable solutions to make solutions more digitally accessible for the PWD community. And definitely we're all very eager to hear from him. Another eminent leader from India is Nagesh BS, who was erstwhile CEO of Shoppers Stop, which is a large retail chain in India. As part of setting up and growing this retail chain, Nagesh found the need for creating the right kind of people to work and the right skill sets, which primarily with his motto focused on creating pride amongst the employees and more respect from the society. He saw that was a vacuum, and when he got out of Shoppers Stop, he started a trust called Train, which focuses on exactly doing that and providing skilled labor to the retail industry. But the most important and beautiful story as part of his journey is the focus on people with disabilities. Just last year, he and his team have trained 18,000 people with disabilities, and this is for me a perfect example of walking the talk and showing many of us who are aspiring to do path-breaking things here as to how the tips to make this workable for us and make it a way of life. I'm hoping all these stories will make a difference to all of you. Awareness about a specific kind of disability, well, of course, alluding towards all kinds of disabilities. Last year we focused on behavioral disabilities. This year we would like to highlight challenges and, of course, success stories of people with albinism. We have Tina Sarkar talking about how technology has impacted their life positively. She works for Trinity College in the University of Toronto, focused on diversity and inclusion. I'm sure this is a new learning for all of us. For me, surely it is. Moving on to some more eminent speakers, the next one would be Dr. Pasha and Mahira. This stems from a very personal experience we had a few months ago. They are the founders of Miracle on Wheels, which focuses on using art as a therapy for people with disabilities on one side, but the real benefit has been it's created confidence and a sort of a real career path for many of the people with disabilities. I was amazed to see how passionately they've been doing this. There was a lot of learnings in this experience, and we thought we should bring this to the world on how they achieved it, how they use technology, and how they've created a new wave through art for people with disabilities. So I'm looking forward to this session more because I know them well. And few other eminent speakers would be Ted Drake, who is head of accessibility in Intuit, and he will talk about personalization and inclusion. Of course, Ted Drake has been a huge evangelizer for Prakat's efforts in GAAD over the last few years, and we are very thankful to him for being part of this journey so long. And another very important person would be Claire Su from Neurotron in China, which is focused on assistive technology for the deaf. This is an area which is still new to some of us at Prakat, and we're very, very happy to learn from her experiences on how we can do more meaningful things here. As before the session begins, I'd like to highlight about another event we are doing for Helen Keller's Day on 27 July. One of our motive has been to catch them young, and we've been working for several years with students at college and schools as well to bring about awareness for solutions being accessible for people with disabilities. And this year, we are conducting a hackathon for students along with our partner, which is Society for Science, Technology, Management and Humanities. This is going to, please note down in your calendars, it's on June 27th on Helen Keller's Day. And before we begin, a sincere thanks to all our event partners for making this a big success, bringing together all the speakers. And one of the major efforts have been ensuring that the subtitles are clear and accessible, and students have put in effort for that. But calling out specific partners, Alchemia, a social design firm rooted in the concept of inclusivity, A&J, a cross-border management consulting firm, and one of the steady partners has been Rotary. Over the years, they've been partnering with Prakat for the GAAD event. A sincere thanks to all of them, and of course the young adults and students who freelanced with us to make this event a success. Please enjoy these sessions. Thank you.
Human potential is endless. We have built underwater warships and managed to walk the moon. We found ways to transmit information and entertainment from the furthest corners of the world. The limitation to this now remains making it accessible to people with disabilities. One person who comprehended this need is our next speaker, Joe Devon, a serial entrepreneur who has been helping grow the Los Angeles tech ecosystem since 2008. He's also the co-founder of Global Accessibility Awareness Day. Based off his blog titled Challenge, Accessibility Know-How Needs to Go Mainstream with Developers. Now the movement gained momentum and is now a worldwide phenomenon. Joe co-founded Diamond, an inclusive digital agency specializing in scalable, accessible, and high-performance web and mobile applications with clientele like Fox. They are working towards a more inclusive entertainment experience. Now we are extremely honored to have him amongst us today.
Welcome everyone to GAAD Online. My name is Joe Devon, and I'm the co-founder of Global Accessibility Awareness Day, as well as Diamond. Today, I'm going to be speaking about the story of Global Accessibility Awareness Day. Accessibility is personal. But let's first define what it is. Accessibility is the quality of being suitable or adapted for use by people with disabilities. Global Accessibility Awareness Day is commonly referred to as just GAAD to make it easy. It is celebrated the third Thursday every May, and this is the 10th anniversary. You can have lots of fun by following the GAAD, the GAAD hashtag on Twitter and other social media. And please visit our URL at globalaccessibilityawarenessday.org. Now, what really prompted the creation of Global Accessibility Awareness Day is my dad's journey. And it all began with an indignity. You see, my dad, he survived the concentration camps, and he just commanded respect when he walked in a room. He didn't have to say anything. My dad spoke 10 languages. It all just showed through. He was a Talmudic scholar. He knew the Bible practically by heart and much of the Talmud too, but he was as good at science as he was at biblical studies. And here's a picture of him at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. As he got older, he started to lose his hearing, his vision started to go, banking on the phone became impossible, and it led to a situation where my dad lost his independence because he was unable to bank. Just getting to the bank physically would require using access paratransit, which meant you had to schedule it a day in advance. You had to wait outside in 100-degree heat sometimes for hours, or in a place without a restroom. It was just really impossible. And what was sad is that as a web developer at the time myself, I thought, there really should be a solution for this, and the solution should be on the web. Online banking should have covered this. And I just felt so completely impotent to make any kind of difference because the bank wasn't accessible. If a bank isn't accessible, well, what else are you going to do? So I wrote this blog post on an obscure blog called MySQL Talk, proposing that we create a day of awareness for people that build digital products, that they should make their products work for people with disabilities. And after I wrote it, I thought nothing much would come of it, but to my utter shock, Jennison Asuncion, who was a blind accessibility advocate in Canada and now heads an important team for LinkedIn, he found the blog post and said, hey, we're going to make it happen. And in 2012, Global Accessibility Awareness Day was officially born. And if you're wondering, if you're thinking about disability like, oh, it's just some random folks, it's a small percentage here and there. And if you think that it doesn't matter, just understand that this event went viral from year one. We had all kind of interesting things happen, from Stephen Fry tweeting it out to India made governmental events. It was syndicated all over Canada, made my hometown paper. There were 16 events from the first year, and it just struck a chord because it affects so many people. Unfortunately, my dad, who really inspired the GAAD event, passed away by the second one on February 16th, 2013. And he left my brother and I, he was the caretaker for my mom, and he left my brother and I to take care of her. My mom had dementia. And when you want to talk about accessibility and caretaking, you really learn a lot if you ever have to deal with taking care of someone with dementia. But the show must go on. And even though I was totally fried, to my utter shock, the community took on GAAD, and lots of companies started to celebrate the event. And we started to collect these NASCAR logo strips, I like to call them. By year 3, the numbers grew. And then an event happened that was the first of many to bring chills down my spine. The very bank that was inaccessible sent us an email, and they said, please don't say anything publicly. And I never mentioned their name publicly, but we know we have a lot of work to do with accessibility. And so we're doing an internal event to improve the accessibility of our websites. To this day, they don't even know that they inspired the event. So this is just to show you, beyond the fact that accessibility affects so many people, It's that if you have a good vision and you have a community behind it, you can really achieve great things. So by year 4, we started to collect more logos, year 5, even more logos. And then by year 6, I couldn't even fit the logos on a slide, let alone track it. It's just grown so big. And let's fast forward to last year, which was year 9. Unfortunately, my mom passed away. She was never really understood what GAAD was. She wouldn't have known the name if you said it to her. Because her dementia was advanced enough by the time it started. But knowing my mom, she wouldn't have liked this to only be an event about that really came out of my dad. She would have wanted to be a part of it. And she passed at noon on Global Accessibility Awareness Day, just a half an hour after I dedicated the event to her. And so this year is the 10th year. So let's look back on a few notable moments. Here we have a tweet by Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, sharing that he invited Stevie Wonder to give a concert on the Apple campus. The big tech companies started to change their homepage for the day from Microsoft, IBM, Yahoo, Apple. And then one really big moment, which I will leave you with, is this one. Microsoft released this Xbox adaptive controller. And they made a Super Bowl video with these 3 kids who are just incredible. I suggest you go and find that video because it explains better than any way I could. These kids don't want your pity. They don't want my pity. It's not inspirational, which is a common problem out there, that people try to make an inspiration out of folks with disabilities who try and get on with their life. These kids, all they want is to be able to play video games. And if we do our job right, if we consider the craft of digital product development to include accessibility and people with disabilities, we are going to enable these kids to play their game and lots of folks like them to interact with the web and with mobile apps. And if we don't, they won't, and it's shame on us. So I want to leave you with a positive note. We've made a tremendous amount of improvement. We're hitting a Twitter reach of 200 million, which is the active daily user count at Twitter. They all see the GAAD hashtag. The awareness is beginning to get over there, and we're making lots of great strides. So hopefully in the next few years, we're going to see that accessibility is really going to have its moment and it's really going to shine. And with that, I wish you all, thank you for creating a GAAD event, and I wish you a happy 10th Global Accessibility Awareness Day. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, Mike Pacciallo, is an internationally recognized expert in the development of accessibility standards. Mike has pushed the standards of accessible and inclusive communication. He is the co-founder of WebAble TV, an internet TV channel dedicated to providing accessible live and on-demand interactive coverage of the issues, activities, and events important to the community of people with disabilities. He served as Chief Accessibility Consultant to the Telecommunication Industries Association and the Electronic Industries Foundation. He authored the first book on web accessibility and usability titled Web Accessibility for People with Disabilities, and has since achieved many notable milestones. One such milestone is being invited by the United Nations to speak at the Global Initiative for Inclusive Information and Communication Technologies. He has featured in numerous publications including the Washington Post, Boston Globe, and the New York Times. We are honored to have such an awe-inspiring personality amongst us.
Hi, how are you? My name is Mike Pacciallo, currently founder of WebAble, which you'll hear a little bit more about in the coming days, especially with the celebration of why we're all here, Global Accessibility Awareness Day. It's really a great privilege of mine to be here. I'm very thankful to the folks of GAAD Online, of course, Joe and Jennison, who invented this wonderful event for all of us to participate in. I wish I could be there with you, but with technology as it is today, we just have to do what we do, and we do Zoom. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to switch over to my PowerPoint presentation, and we're going to give you a presentation to speak to you a little bit today, somewhat about the timeline, the history of accessibility from my perspective, having been in the area of disabilities and accessibility and technology for 35 years or so now. So I'm going to switch my screen, or share my screen. So the theme of my discussion today is digital accessibility, change is good. When I look back on accessibility, I really see it in three waves, more or less. The first involves rehabilitation and architectural barriers. So for many of you, we know that if you're an individual with a disability, sometimes getting in and out of buildings can be a challenge. Other laws were created to ensure that individuals with disabilities, whether they were here in the United States or anywhere else in the world, had the medical and rehabilitation services that they required, that they needed, and that many of these things were provided by their nation's governments. That's kind of the first wave when we really kind of understood and really took disabilities and individuals with disabilities and the equalization, if you will, of their rights as human beings seriously. The second wave, as I see it, really kind of was a combination of three areas. First, education. Second, employment. And third, computers and computer technology. A little bit opposite of what you see for those that are able to on the screen. But all three of these kind of came together. We started to see that it was important for individuals with disabilities to be benefactors of education. And so great strides were made to ensure that individuals with disabilities would have equal access to accessibility and accessible materials in the educational field. Employment, of course, became another big area. In the United States, we had a law that was passed back in the early 90s called the Americans with Disabilities Act. And many other countries have disability discrimination acts. They're more or less the same thing. They guarantee rights for individuals with disabilities, but they really do focus on education and employment to ensure that every individual, regardless of whether they have a disability or not, feels like they are a contributor to society, that they are a productive person in society. And certainly that's a right that they have. But as time started to move forward and we started to get into the 70s, the 80s, certainly the 90s and so forth, the age of computers and technology really started to take hold, started to take grasp. In the 80s, we had the PCs, and so it wasn't uncommon for individuals to have perhaps a desktop system, whether it was an IBM type PC or a Microsoft Windows machine or Macintosh and Apple were just getting started back then. Either way, we started to realize that computer technology would become the wave of the future. I actually remember my father introducing me to my first computer systems when I was 10 years old back in the late 60s, and they were the IBM machines. We used to use the key card punches to put them in and feed them into the computers. So we've certainly come a long way since then, but making those computers and the operating systems that run them, that they work with, accessible became something. And again, in the United States, it became a law. So it was part of a wave that suddenly we started to see influence technology and technology companies. The third wave, as I see it, is the last wave in this list. And that is a wave that focuses on ubiquity, that it's pervasive, in that it's harmonized around international standards to ensure that the technologies that we use today, whether they're on the web, in the cloud, on your mobile device, or on your tablet, are usable and accessible to people with disabilities. Now, we're going to see, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about those technologies and kind of what I see as a vision for the future. But this gives you kind of a very brief and simple snapshot of the three waves: rehab and architectural barriers, computer education and employment, and then harmonized, pervasive, ubiquitous internet and web technologies. Now, if you take the timeline, so to speak, around technology and disabilities, and you kind of follow my life, well, really, a lot of that technology, that area started before my time. I got started in the mid-'80s, but already before me, there were champions of accessibility, as I like to call them, and they were already paving the ground for technology and its accessibility for us. But I got started in the mid-'80s. I started with a large computer corporation. On the screen, if you can see, if you're able to see my slides here, they say where I started at a company called Digital Equipment Corporation. And it was at Digital where I got started. And how did I get started? Well, interestingly enough, it wasn't with computer or software accessibility, but rather it was what was becoming very popular and very crucial to people with disabilities, and that was documentation, publications and being able to provide them in a format that was readable and renderable to a person, particularly those with visual disabilities. But we at that time used to talk about print disabilities. If you're not sure what I mean about print disabilities, when I say someone's blind or has a visual disability, that's pretty easy to understand. But what happens, for example, if you're missing an arm or a hand or fingers and you're not able to turn the pages of a book? See, that's a kind or a type of print disability. It may be that you're not able to interact with a publication, electronic publication. For example, today, people don't necessarily have the ability to turn electronic pages. So how do you interact? We use voice systems. So this notion of publications and print publishing entities and making them usable and accessible to people with disabilities is where I actually got started. And that helped me get into markup languages. If you're not sure what a markup language is, the web, for all that it is really a markup language. It comes from the notion of being able to take a paper document, except this time it's an electronic document, and marking it up with certain aspects or structures on a electronic page or on a print page. So we have headings, we have lists like you see on the screen. We have small fonts, we have large fonts, we have color fonts, we have images and pictures. Markup languages are all about identifying those structures, making sure that they're in the right place and that they're also renderable. Well, when I got started in the early 80s, the only markup languages were SGML and different variants of it, and that's how publishers would produce or make publications. Then in the early 90s, we started to talk about the internet. The internet wasn't necessarily what we see today. It didn't yet have the flavor or the layer of the World Wide Web yet. Tim Berners-Lee didn't really release the web until 1992, 93 in that area. But before that, even in 91, we were talking about accessible technology and looking to that third wave. So we had large computer systems that we would create. We were trying to link them through networks, and we were talking about making those accessible and the operating systems accessible. And again, if you go through my timeline, you start to realize, you start to see, that's why I call it a journey of accessibility. Documentation, computer technology, the internet, the web, and where we are today. Even my career, launching one of my first companies, the Paciello Group, being involved in publications like Accessible Content. Again, this is portrayed on my screen. Writing the first book on web accessibility for people with disabilities back in the late 90s. And now today, as you'll see when we celebrate GAAD here on Thursday, May 20th, we're going to launch it from our studios. This is media accessibility in my media station, WebAble TV. So an awful lot has gone on over these last 35 or 40 years. I believe, however, in this timeline, that what really set us or put us in the news, so to speak, was when the World Wide Web Consortium launched the Web Accessibility Initiative back in 1997. And here you'll see on the screen part of the press release that went out for the WAY. And it took place at the 6th International World Wide Web Conference. You'll see a picture of the coffee cup that we had, the coffee mug there. And the theme of that conference was everyone, everything connected. And it had a high focus on accessibility to people with disabilities. And of course, as I said, we launched the Web Accessibility Initiative there in Stanford, at Stanford University in San Francisco, California, or Santa Clara, California, actually. Once the web got out there, well, then it went viral. And so not just my publications, which you'll see the screenshot of my, the title of my book, the Japanese version of my book that was built and published by my friends in Japan, ASCII, and was translated by a close friend of mine, Makoto Yuki, who translated my entire book and was published in Japan. But after that, there were lots of books. I only have a sampling of some of the books that came out about web accessibility, and that became this viral type saying that everybody was involved in. And we had some excellent publications, excellent folks who were involved in the spreading of this message, the importance, the crucialness of not just making something that looked small in its sense, but making it international, making it global. And so lots of publications went around, and we turned web accessibility into global accessibility. So again, on the screen here, you'll see a poster that was taken from a keynote that I gave many years ago, Make Your Website Accessible to Everyone. It just focused on the global international importance and criticality of accessibility to everyone worldwide. And it was wonderful. Everyone grabbed onto it. And we started to see organizations pop up all over the world, in India, in Japan, in Australia, in Europe, in Canada, in South America, here in the US. Everywhere, accessibility became something important. And from it, this digital accessibility, we got gifts, didn't we? In education, in research and development. And it led to the provocation of inclusive design thinking. So now this notion of inclusion has become a very popular mantra amongst people. You hear everyone talk about inclusive design, making sure that things are born accessible, so to speak. The Web Accessibility Initiative and the digital accessibility movement also incited visionary innovation. Suddenly now we were talking about web accessibility, software accessibility, voice interface accessibility, improvements in design for individuals with various types of disabilities, including cognition, mobility, hearing, visual, all kinds of different disabilities. And we started to see different types of devices and designs. Now we talk about smart homes like they're second nature. This also led to, I think, a new kind of thinking. I call it the hat over the wall mentality. Now that may be kind of a US type saying. I'll talk about what I mean by hat over the wall in just a moment. But think about it in terms of taking a chance, taking a risk in order to achieve our goal. And our goal is the last bullet that you see on your screen, pervasive accessibility. We got some other gifts that we perhaps didn't envision at the time. We started to see businesses in organization move towards sustainable maturity models. And by that, maturity models, we mean that they didn't just see accessibility as a small piece of their organization. They saw accessibility as a trip, as a literal end-to-end journey, as it were. And it started with personnel and it continued all the way through the engineering life cycle so that it became, or they would build sustainable corporate organizational models that supported people with disabilities, that created products, devices, technologies, architecture that is inclusive in design and usable and accessible. Another thing that we saw, and we continue to see, is the celebration of successes. We build widespread awareness of accessibility through storytelling, through these great successes that we've had. Myself, my colleagues, my friends in India, friends in Japan, there's so many exciting and celebratory successes that we've had that we share with the world. And you see a lot of this brought up on social networks. We also saw businesses start to invest their own money organically in accessibility, in their organizations, in their people. And now we also see an enormous collaborative model where people in organizations, businesses, governments, what have you, are collaborating and working well together. It's spawned a little competition, or I like to call it co-opetition, but it's been good because we're seeing more and more success stories, and we're seeing greater innovation in the technologies that we work with. Still, it made me think about something that a friend of mine, one of the persons who's actually responsible for writing the U.S. Americans with Disabilities Act, who you see pictured on our slide, and that is Tony Quillo. And I had this meeting and dinner with Tony one night with a couple of other friends, Tom Khalil, who was President Obama's former chief of staff and deputy director for policy, and Esther Dyson, who is a venture capitalist. And as we were having a discussion that night, I asked Tony, after all of these years, what he still saw, what he was still looking for in terms of a goal, what he wanted the most in terms of accessibility. And he said something interesting to me. He said, I want to be relevant again. So in spite of all of these advances that we've made, he still felt as an individual with a disability himself that he still wasn't relevant. He still didn't matter to businesses or to people or to governments, which made me think a little bit about what web accessibility was supposed to inspire, this global change, so that we had to get away from what you see portrayed on the screen here is this cartoon of a couple of cavemen who have a big barrel of boulders, but the wheels on the barrel are square, and so they can't move forward. They get a suggestion to use round wheels, but they're not too sure about it. The same thing is true with us in the accessibility world. We have got to be able to embrace change. We have to move right along with the technology life cycle as it's going, because as we know, it's going in lightning speed. So we need to change over to those round wheels so that we can move forward better. This is where we talk about, or I like to talk about, that throw your hat over the wall mentality. So we might see barriers, we might see challenges, but if we toss our hats, if you will, over the wall, if we take chances, if we embrace change, then we'll be willing to make significant changes in advance. It requires decisions, it requires action, it requires commitment on our part. And I believe it requires a paradigm shift in the way that we do things. And that's when I talk about the agilization of accessibility. Now, what do I mean when I say agilistic accessibility? By the way, if you're not familiar, you see on the screen the characters A, the number 11, and the character Y. And what that really is a shortened form of the word accessibility. It's A, the starting letter, with the 11 characters in between, and then the Y, the ending character. But when we talk about agilistic accessibility, we talk about principles of change, especially in the way that we think. So we talk about now about inclusive attitudes rather than technical aptitude. We talk about individuals, humans, and persons, and how they interact with systems rather than just processes and tools. We focus on stakeholder collaboration rather than, say, the 10 best features that I need to release in this product. And then we respond to change rather than just following a plan. Agilistic is all about moving fast. It may mean making mistakes along the way, but you correct those mistakes because you roll with the punches, you respond to the chain. So while the things on the areas on the right column here, technical aptitude, process and tools, feature negotiation, following a plan, those are important, no doubt. What we value, where we put our focus, is on inclusive attitudes, individuals and interactions, stakeholder collaboration, and responding to change. I was introduced to this Japanese expression Kaizen, which means change is good. My understanding is that it is rooted in the Toyota, the company Toyota, and their thinking of what they did within their corporate environment. And they got their employees and their teams to think and embrace change that was agile in nature. And that is what I'm promoting, what I'm asking you all that are with me today. Embrace change. Might be a little challenging, maybe a little hard, but the more that we change, when we adapt on the fly, so to speak, the easier it will be for us to make adjustments. What does change, good change, look like? Well, at the organizational level, it means a commitment to agile principles. So trust, collaboration, and communication are key. Simplicity, sustainability, and technical excellence are part of the whole. When you have the think accessibility mindset, then change for good comes automatically because it implies inclusive design. It means we're talking about accessible user experience, or AUX. It means we're talking about things being born or built in accessibly. And we talk about self-adapting or personalization technology. It's innovative and it's visionary. Think about how we were all able to adapt to change when COVID came on us. Now, I know that many parts of the world are still undergoing many challenges as it relates to the COVID pandemic. And please know that our hearts and our thoughts are with you. But that challenge has really spawned a technology, inclusive technology, that we've never seen before. And everybody's jumped on board, right? We talk about Zoom today, and we interact through media, video conferencing tools, and we make sure that those companies make them accessible. And so we have our event like GAAD today, and we have other organizations that have been putting out very fruitful and very inclusive events. So where does that leave us? Well, it gives us a future of where technology is going for us for accessibility. We see companies like Microsoft, Sony, EA Sports, Nintendo now embracing accessibility where gaming and virtual reality is concerned. We're experiencing right here Zoom and other video media platforms, video conferencing platforms, where platform accessibility, captioning, and described video or audio description is built in to the application so that our friends who are blind, who have visual disabilities, who are deaf, who may be blind and deaf, can experience a video conference and an interchange with their colleagues and friends. We talked today about machine learning and artificial intelligence. This is being used, it's being integrated into the very fiber and technologies that we're using. In fact, I'll be happy to announce on Thursday during GAAD our own technology which has embedded machine learning and artificial intelligence. I hope you'll be able to tune into that on WebAble TV. And of course, we talk about Voice IO, the next generation user interface. So today, very common, we have voice assistants, smart homes, where voice technology is critical. This is the wave of the future. This is where we're headed. I want to again thank you all for having me here today. And just to prove to you that change is good, you see how I am on one side of your screen in my suit. That's how I normally dress, like I am today. But I can even change and be what Fred's call a regular guy. In my shirt, my hat says A11 across the top of it for accessibility. Again, I want to thank all of those friends there at GAAD Online and to all the partner companies and the organizations for inviting me to speak to you today. And thank you again for being a part of your Global Accessibility Awareness Day.
Retail is the base of any industry. Considering the lack of pride and upskilling within the retail sector, Mr. Nagesh BS, our next speaker, made it his mission to empower the retail industry. As a managing director of Shoppers Stop, Nagesh was involved in creating the base for multi-brand retail in India. He chose to give us something back to the industry that had given him so much. He established the Trust for Retailers and Retail Associates of India in 2010, a government ATG-approved charity working towards the welfare of people who work in retail for both retailers and retail associates. TRAIN initiated holistic programs that will impart a sense of pride, reward retail associates, and inspire them to put their heart and soul into the work they do. The organization trains thousands of people each year, including many with various kinds of challenges, and prepares them for jobs in the retail sector. Now, this inspiring personality and fantastic orator has taken his valuable time to address us today.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and namaskar. I'm sure that you are somewhere in some part of the world which could be morning, afternoon, or evening. Thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts about the program that we have created 10 years back. This is part of our not-for-profit charitable trust, which is an ATG-approved, FCRA-approved trust called TRAIN, TRRAIN, which stands for Trust for Retailers and Retail Associates of India. I started this trust in 2011, although I had started thinking about it in 2009 when I turned 50, as part of my life journey of what I call as 25 years of learning, 25 years of earning, and 25 years of returning. And that's the reason why at the age of 50, I stepped out from being the managing director of Shoppers Stop in 2009 and decided to set up something which can actually benefit the industry from which I have got so much. I started Shoppers Stop as the first employee of the company in 1991. And over the period, had the opportunity of not only spreading Shoppers Stop across the country, but also start the Retail Association of India, which is the apex body of the retailers, modern retailers in this country. During that journey, I have seen millions and millions of people who get impacted positively from the jobs that get created in retail. Retail today has in India about 46 million people, and therefore is one of the largest employers in the country. And the beauty of retail is that it can really give you localized employment. You don't need to be an MBA, a simple 10, 12 standard can do. And sometimes for people who come from a certain segment of society where the job of $150 a month is an important start off because it will add to the family, makes a big difference. So I set up this trust called TRAIN with four clear objectives. One was to build pride for the industry. Second was to get respect for the people who work in the industry. Third was to make the industry more inclusive. And fourth was to ensure that we are able to help the people who work in the industry to develop. So for pride, we actually created a day called Retail Employees Day, which is the 12th of December, celebrated where all of us together celebrate 12th of December as if it is our Diwali, our Christmas, our Eid, because don't forget on these days when you are celebrating Eid or Diwali or Christmas or New Year or Thanksgiving Day, all of us in retail are working backs because we need to ensure that your experience is fantastic. So this 12th of December, started in 2011, has become a big day in the world of retail. Last year, 15 million people in 5 countries celebrated the day. And it was very simple. Just say thank you to your employees and celebrate, because this is our day. The second project for respect was an award that we started called Train Retail Awards for Customer Service Excellence. And this was started specifically to say, can we get respect for the great work that our retail employees do serving the consumers at a society, city, region, nation, and the world level. And last year in 2020, we of course did a virtual award. And this is currently one of the most talked of consumer service award for service excellence. And in 2019, we also had this award in Tokyo, where IGDS conducted a award ceremony for selecting the best 6 associates in the world of retail and department stores. So this project is also global. We are hoping that both these projects will go around the world, and one day in the next 5, 10, 15 years, the whole world will celebrate 12th of December as Retail Employees Day. And it is more pertinent today because you must have seen during COVID that your house, the kitchen was running, you never had shortage of food, basically because the kiranas, the small shopkeepers, the supermarket, the hypermarket had kept open. And when I and you were sitting inside the house, safeguarding ourselves against COVID or pandemic, okay, these kids and these youth and these shopkeepers had kept the shop open so that your kitchen can run. Yeah. So it's important for us to respect this segment of the industry. The third project, of course, is inclusion. And this is where we actually set up our project called PUNK, Wings of Destiny. It's important to understand that when 46 million people work in India in retail, there are also 27 million people who are persons with disability. And these are people who are sometimes educated, otherwise youth, who can actually take up a job, but not many of them have got a job. So we looked at the Indian retail and the Indian, the whole persons with disability set and said, can we marry these two in a way that it can become a win-win, and therefore the retail industry can be seen as an inclusion or an inclusive workplace. This is a mammoth task. We identified 31 roles that can be done in retail by various kinds of disabled youth. We picked up some of the roles to start off with. And in 2011, in collaboration with Youth for Job, we started the first center in Hyderabad, where we actually skilled 22 such youth who are orthopedically challenged. And after the skilling and the program and the training, we took them in Hypercity, which was a hypermarket in Hyderabad. And I found that 16 out of the 22 got promoted within 3 months, because we thought that people said they were disabled, but there was all ability, and they actually were able to do job much better. And when they were promoted to cashiers, they were star cashiers. So when we saw this ability as the skilled employees, so what if they are persons with disability, can make a difference to the industry, we thereafter started off our whole PUNK as a program across the country with various NGOs as partners. And as I'm speaking to you, just before the pandemic in 2020 March, we had cumulatively skilled 18,000 such employees across the country through 52 partner centers, and 75% of them had taken up jobs. The uniqueness of this program is that this program is run in a true sense of partnership and a win-win created with various components of the value chain, such that we use the unutilized capacity of the value chain. So for example, we have wonderful NGOs in this country who have the heart in the right place, who have the infrastructure, who are very credible and respected in the place where they are, and have the ability to source youth with such challenges into their infrastructure. We said that we come from a business background. Okay, we will create the pedagogy, we'll create the training program, we'll train the trainer, we'll go and meet up organizations and businesses and HNIs and raise funds, and we will ensure that the training is done properly, and also we will ensure they get the certification, then bring the business houses to come and recruit the people, such that this is not a skilling or a training program, but a livelihood program. So Punk Wings of Destiny is actually a livelihood program. So our objective is very clearly creating livelihood, because once such youth get a job and they start getting 10, 15, 20,000 rupees a month, they actually raise above the poverty level in our country, and the world changes for them and they start changing the world. So keeping this, we started off with 22 in the first year in 2011, and we have literally doubled year after year after year. So year 1920, when we exited before the pandemic struck us, we actually had 5,000 such youth who were skilled in that 1 year. And we believe when things become normal and things are back and we are allowed to open our centers, we should be able to operate nothing less than 50 to 100 center and actually do 5,000 to 10,000 such youth per year, such that this community, this set of people can actually stand on their own feet and become independent. During this program, we also looked at to say, how is their contribution to the society? What happens? So we actually did a report called UDAN, which is there on our website under the publications, and I would urge all of you to have a look at it, which has actually done a micro, meso, and a macro impact study. And this was done along with Accenture. And you'll actually see how important this livelihood program has become in their lives and how they make an impact and how this program makes an impact to the individual, to the family, to the society, to the NGOs, and to the partners. So one program has had a major impact across the ecosystem, and that is important for us, because one livelihood is fine. But what happens to the social status of the parents who always thought that they had a person with disability in their house and felt that they are not the same as other members in the society? But when this kid takes a job, becomes responsible, the pride that he brings or she brings into the family is amazing. And the respect that they get in the society and the community is unbelievable. So the impact is much larger than just creating a job. We also have not only encouraged organizations to take them, but we also have helped sensitize the organization. When we started in 2011, at least in the retail and services industry, there were just 3 or 4 organizations who were taking people with such kinds of disabilities. But over the last 10 years, as of today, we have more than 150 organized retailers, corporates, and business houses which are taking. And we have at least 350 to 400 individual small retailers in different locations who started taking this youth because they add value. And I must tell you that nobody is taking them because of sympathy or empathy only. They're taking because of empathy and the fact that it makes commercial sense to recruit them. They are more productive than you and me. They last longer. Their attrition is much lower. They bring in empathy amongst the consumers, and consumers love the brand. And that is the inclusion that we wanted to bring in. So Punk Wings of Destiny as a program has been one of our flagship program, a very successful program. And it has had tremendous impact on the overall ecosystem, whether it is the retailers, whether it is the families, whether it is the NGOs, or whether it is for us. Not only that, in the journey when we have actually looked at such youth, and we said, is there a way that we can scale up? Last year, in the pandemic, we saw an opportunity of converting a total program into a virtual program. And we have done that. And last year, even though our centers were closed, we were able to skill a few hundreds of them and get them livelihood online. So this has opened up vistas for us to say, hey, we can do even virtual, which means that when we return to normalcy and we have 50, 100 centers, we'll not only skill and provide livelihood to 5,000 people through physical our centers, but also do it virtually. There are challenges for virtual program, but I hope that all the challenges will overcome over the years, because we have people like you who support us, HNIs, ultra HNIs who support us, there are corporates who support us, business houses who support us. So we will be able to really get that. For example, we found initially that the kids didn't have a smartphone. We also found that in the house where there was a smartphone, there was one phone was used by the father, the primary wage earner, the mother, and maybe somebody else. We also found that because these kids were sent to the centers, their food and their requirements were catered by our centers, because we fund the total program. These are residential programs. We don't charge the youth a rupee, we don't charge the employer a rupee. We raise this all through CSR funds. And suddenly when you have an extra person sitting in the house, you have to take care of that person's food and means. So actually we realize that they would want that kid to go and do something and earn rather than sitting at home and going through a course. If they had the phone, if they had the time, our program is an 8-hour-a-day program for 30 days to 45 days. The family was not able to allow the kid to use 8 hours the smartphone. If they had, they didn't have the data card. So these are challenges which many of us sitting in major cities in our houses don't realize. But these are the challenges and these are the realities. But still we did hundreds of them. And I'm very sure that hundreds will convert into thousands, because we'll find solutions for every problem that we have. So friends, when I look at these kind of opportunities in a country like ours, it is just that we have to get together as a team and actually ensure that we look at every aspect of these problems and we find solutions for this problem, which is important. So for example, our program from day one is a NSDC certified program. It's a Retail Sector Skill Council certified program, which means every youth of ours who passes the assessment after the 30 or 40 days program is certified by NSDC and qualifies to work in retail. So it is not just any program where you just go and take up. I mean, you have a certificate, which also builds pride and respect because you say I'm NSDC certified. And these are important things for us to look at. And as we grow and get into the future, we will be running programs physically as well as running programs virtually. And we hope that we will reach a much larger number and create a much larger impact in the society and the communities that we are working. In fact, during this journey, we had in 2017-18 met with IKEA Foundation and Amisha Prabhu, our CEO, actually along with the team, were able to create a program with UNDP under the Disha project, where we skilled women who came from poor societies and where we could create jobs. We trained about 250 odd women, and out of the 250, about 150 was taken up by IKEA for the Hyderabad. The balance 100 went into the industry. And we loved the program so much that we actually started a program called Train Her Ascent. And Train Her Ascent actually helps such women to get skill and provide jobs. So even in the 1920, we did close to about 1,800 such girls. And in the pandemic, we have done almost about 1,500 such girls through virtual program. So I'm saying creating livelihood for whether the disabled youth, persons with disability, or the women is a great opportunity to make people in this country stand up, even if they have challenges in life. What do we do? I mean, we are a very small organization of 10, 12 people. Everything that we do with this partnership and collaboration, and we work as catalysts. Okay, if we can spark the imagination of an NGO partner in Tamil Nadu, and we can actually provide the means to skill the person, rest of the work they do. So it's joined in such a way that it's a win-win. Their strength and our strength is combined, and their weakness is strengthened by us and our weakness is strengthened by them. And that's the beauty of this program. And therefore, I believe this program has a lot of legs. Because you don't require huge resources. I keep saying 52 centers, but not a square foot is owned by us. Yeah. And that, I think, is the beauty. We're 12 of us, but have impacted 18,000 such people over the last 10, 11 years' time. So the construct of the program and the way the program gets delivered and the outcome has been fantastic. I would urge all of you to please go onto our site, train.org, and actually go and see the various publications that we have to really see as to the outcome of the project that we do. I'm sure you will feel humble, and many of you may get even encouraged to come and meet us and join this movement called TRAIN. It's a journey for us. I would like to welcome you into the journey and hope that together we'll be able to make a difference to our society and our community. Thank you very much. Namaskaram, and have a nice day, good night, or a very good morning again.
Greetings everyone. We are so glad to have with us Tuesha Ghosh, a student, blogger, and accessibility writer from California. A 16-year-old high school student, Tuesha's thirst for adventure and her father's struggles with accessibility inspired her to spread positivity about accessibility and to spread hope for those who have physical challenges. She does so through her blog, tueshastraveldiary.com. Her series titled Corona Diaries is a perfect travelogue about the places she visited post-lockdown. Talking to her about these and much more, we have Abhik Biswas. Abhik Biswas is a design thinker with a keen interest in people, workplace psychology, and social ventures. She's a director at EqualGenius Foundation. Now she's currently working on managing and leading projects in the inclusion space as well as social media strategy.
Hi, Twesha. How are you? I just wanted to thank you for joining us at the 10th year of GAAD. So I just wanted to understand a little about yourself. What are your hobbies? What are your interests?
Well, I am a junior in high school or I'm in 11th grade, and some hobbies I have, I paint and I do a lot of breaking of stuff and building in a sense. Like a lot of the things or toys I still play with, I take them apart, then put it back together in a probably different way. And I love creating stuff, and most times they don't work, but that's okay. Sometimes it does work, and that's very exciting. And apart from that, some interests I have is I love reading about different places, which like I don't know what sparked me to get into that, but I love reading about history and I don't know, politics and how different places originated and all that. So that's fun.
So coming to your travel blog, you've written a lot about accessibility. So what got you interested on the topic?
Well, actually, so I started writing when I was in 6th grade. Now I'm in 11th, so that was like 5 years ago. So yeah, it was a while back. And honestly, I started writing because, okay, so what inspired me, right? So ever since I was born, I have seen my father on crutches, and he's actually been on crutches since his high school years. So for me, I have never seen anything else. And to me, it was like completely normal. And and then in 6th grade, like, so our family would travel a lot, and then I would notice how like every year we would travel, we'd make like elaborate plans, and in the following year we'd actually use a lot of the plannings from the previous years, and it just kept adding on. So I started like noting them down, and in 6th grade, it was like nothing about accessibility. To me, we were like, I didn't really know much about like that we were different or anything. So I just wrote about like, oh, cool, we traveled like this, and then we did this. Oh, make sure like I check that this place has a slope, because like, otherwise we can't go in. And I would just keep noting those down. And then high school came around. So I guess what inspired me to make it more like oriented around accessibility and about like inclusivity is that in high school I noticed, first of all, I finally noticed that people who have physical challenges, it's not that common in today's society. It's not all that common, and there's a lot of improvement in awareness and understanding for accessibility. So I thought, maybe write about my travels, find a way to inspire other people to maybe go out and see like, even if a building has stairs in the front, they might actually have a slope in the back. So like maybe for inspiration purposes and to spread awareness to people who may not be around a lot of people who are physically challenged, but I guess, to be more understanding that, hey, yeah, this is actually a concern. So that's what inspired me.
So you've traveled to quite a few places, and what has some of these travels personally taught you?
Well, some things that I've learned in our travel experiences is that, well, I think a lot of the times when we say that, like, I write about travels and about places I go to and how accessible they are, a lot of people think I probably write about the big places, like the tourist spots or like the big like, for example, if we're here, it's like I'm writing about the Golden Gate Bridge or something, or I'm writing about, I don't know, the Eiffel Tower. But honestly, about like challenges can happen anywhere. So like what I try to focus on, what I've learned is that sometimes maybe those tourist spots, because tourists go there, it's actually very accessible. But nearby gas stations or nearby hotels may not be all that accessible. So I learned that, like, to not be, I guess, to not just look at that direction of just seeing if that tourist spot is accessible, but more like, is that area or is that neighborhood accessible, or is that if I can do everything in that area, not just go to that tourist spot, but local areas if they're accessible.
So how do you plan ahead for some of these travels?
So, well, okay, so how we plan ahead is that we kind of, so using Google Maps, we try to zoom in and be like, is that a stair? Like, we even do this, so it's funny, like if we get invited to a friend's place, we Google their place up because we need to see if it's accessible. So honestly, we try to use whatever resources we have to see if a place is accessible. And these days, like the very popular spots, they do let you know if it's accessible. But yeah, sometimes we do face places where it's not entirely accessible and we have to find like, oh my gosh, now what? But those are very funny incidents when you look back. At the time, probably not. But yeah. But what's the question?
So if in an instance when there was no slope or a place was not accessible, is there a workaround or do you get help in the area?
So, I mean, so sometimes we go to Europe and this is funny. It's just, we would see like, really big men or women, like, so they would help, I guess, my parents or my dad. But I mean, I guess you could say that after I think ninth grade, I noticed that, see, it's hard to make every place accessible, obviously. Like some places are like historical, right? You don't want to change the history of the place. You don't want to, because there's something called like restoration. You don't want to ruin all that, right? So what I noticed is that there can be a lot of improvements in the devices people use for physically challenged. And so like personally, I have designed a few wheelchairs or innovations where I know I designed, because we travel to Europe. So in Europe, there's a lot of cobblestone, and wheelchairs on cobblestone is like not a good idea. So I've designed a few innovations which can overcome those. And I think there should be more innovation in that area in assistive technology, where those who are physically challenged can actually travel into places that are not entirely accessible, but they can be to anyone. And it's much cheaper if you do it that way, because you don't have to change every single public space to make it accessible.
Yes. I saw on your blog you also have a section on some assistive technology and innovations. So have you found anything interesting that exists right now in that space?
I did find it interesting. I don't know if it's good, but I did notice like a lot of my innovations, and what I've noticed is like technology is growing, and there's they try to include like robotics and technology in a lot of things lately, but technology is still it's expensive. Like you want to have a motorized wheelchair, that's expensive. A regular wheelchair will cost like $100-something, but a motorized would make it go like 10 times the price. But some of them, not all of them. So then when I made my innovations, I made like a self-elevating wheelchair, or like a all-terrain wheelchair, and a COVID-friendly wheelchair. But when I searched stuff, if those things exist, well, yeah, they exist, but they're all automated and they cost like so much money. So I think like what I found interesting was that these ideas that I had, and I'm sure some other people also had, is that there still isn't like such wheelchair which is for which reaches out to that many people. Most of the very innovative wheelchairs are only for the selected people who can afford those wheelchairs. So.
Okay. So in your travels, I just wanted to know if there was one place that you felt was almost hassle-free and you felt it was extremely accessible and you had a really fun trip because of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say one place, but we went to Scandinavia. I'll talk about two places because I found two places actually very two very different places. But yeah, in Scandinavia, what really I liked was that in like Norway and Sweden and Denmark, they have very interesting architecture, and obviously each country is different in their own way, but their architecture is very different, but yet they still find a way to incorporate the accessibility and the inclusivity and like what really I was astounded by it. Like we have the Americans with Disability Act here, so I mean most public spaces are accessible, but so when I saw that in Sweden, it wasn't necessarily that accessibility in public spaces that was like wow to me, but I actually saw many different innovations people used and innovations that were accessible to a broader community. So that was pretty interesting, and I saw like very creative innovations and innovations that actually worked and were pretty efficient. So that was something I liked about Sweden. And another place where I wouldn't essentially talk about like accessibility wise, probably not like the best, I guess, but the people were really, really patient. And my bad. Singapore. So, I mean, I feel like it was a pretty small place, and I know like a lot of things happen in very streamlined in that country, and I found it very well. I found it more like no one really bothered much about like, oh, should we do this for him? Should we do that for him? No, it was not so much like that. It was more like, you know, okay, yeah, there's always a solution, and it was very smooth in Singapore.
Nice. So how do you envision a more inclusive world? What do you think, what are the small things you think could change right now to make the world more inclusive?
Yeah, small things. Well, obviously there's no like overnight solution to this, and what I feel like is you can either well, there's two areas we can do, which is pretty small, I think, is that have more, because like technology is growing and there's so much going on in this whole engineering area and everything. So I feel like it'd be great if there was a lot more people and innovations happening in the whole assistive technology area. And I feel like that's a much more efficient way to address this problem of, you know, not being accessible, the world not being accessible, because obviously you can't just break down a building and like make it entirely accessible, but you can always, you know, do the smaller parts. And also, this is gonna sound really mean, but I don't mean to be mean. It's just like a small thing people can do is just don't care, you know, like I tell my friends that I don't care about you. Well, obviously I care about them, but it's just, you know, you don't have to like stress on someone's physical challenges or any challenges for that matter. Their challenges is their thing and your challenges are your thing. So there will be like a greater like inclusivity and understanding between each other if you just see each other at a very objective point of view.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, thank you. It was really nice talking to you, and the work you're doing in your blog and the information you're sharing is really important, and it's really nice that you're taking this step in high school. It really shows that there are a lot of things we can do to contribute to this space.
Thank you. I enjoyed talking to you. And yeah, there is a lot of work, required in this area still.
We are honored to have amongst us Tina Sarkar Thompson, a senior manager in the Human Resources and Equity team of the Trinity College, which is a part of the University of Toronto. A human resources business partner with expertise in recruiting, training, HR administration, policies and procedures. Now Tina is a certified human resources leader. In her 25 years of experience, Tina has a proven track record of excellent customer service, problem solving, leadership, coaching, training, program development, implementation, and evaluation skills. Now her work is an inspiration to us all. Now to understand this more in detail, we move on to a conversation with Tina.
Hello, my name is Tina Sarkar Thompson. I'm from Toronto, Canada, and I'm of Bengali descent. I am the Human Resources and Equity Officer at Trinity College in the University of Toronto. I have albinism, which is a genetic disorder that results in low visual acuity and no or little pigment. This results in people with albinism having light hair, skin, and eyes, and being sensitive to sunlight. Most people with albinism are legally blind, but there's a range in people's visions. In my case, my vision is 20/200, which means I see about 10% of what someone with normal 20/20 vision sees. I wear glasses, and while they do not correct my vision, they enable me to see objects more clearly than without glasses. For reading up close, I wear bifocals, and for seeing things at in a distance, I sometimes use a binocular, it's like a pair of binoculars, but just for one eye. And outside, I need to wear sunglasses and often wear a hat. These visual aids have helped me a lot growing up and when I was in school, but just also as important was the use of technology and assistive devices such as large print software and large screen monitors. Nowadays, accessibility and technology are at the forefront of everyday life. Today, our computers and cell phones have built-in accessibility features such as magnification and speech options, and it is common for people to use large monitors and have large screen TVs, which 20 years ago would not have been so common. When I was in university in the 90s, I was one of the only people using a laptop to take notes in class. Today, it's the norm. When I was in school, technology helped me to do my schoolwork at a more normal pace and keep up with my classmates. The technology, in my case, leveled the playing field. And this is the same for a lot of people with different disabilities. I can speak to my experience as a person with low vision, as well as my professional experience in human resources. In Canada, the rate of unemployment for working-aged adults that are blind or partially sighted is about 70% compared to the general population, where the unemployment rate is around 30%. This is despite the fact that people that are blind or partially sighted are just as educated, if not in many cases more, than their sighted counterparts. In this country, there's a stigma or a presumption that people that are blind or have low vision may not be able to perform the same duties as those that are fully sighted. While this may be true for very specific jobs, for example, like driving a bus, this is not the case for many careers. In Canada, it is a law that the employer have a duty to reasonably accommodate people with disabilities. Despite that, people that are blind and partially sighted have had a hard time getting jobs, not only because of the stigma that I mentioned earlier, but because they often do not have the work experience needed when they are first starting out in the world of work. For example, a typical part-time job for a teenager would have been to work in retail or in fast food when I was that age. A significant component of those jobs would have been reading a cash register, which I was not able to do because the screens were too small. So automatically that ruled out a lot of those jobs that would have been available to me. Today, with the advent of technology, most cash registers are computers which have built-in accessibility features. So it's not as much of a barrier to have someone work in a more mainstream retail or food services environment. In my case, I was fortunate. I found a part-time job in a medical clinic after school where I was able to learn a lot of customer service skills and basic office administration skills. This job gave me the experience to build on for future part-time and summer jobs while I was in university. However, when young people don't have the opportunity to build skills through those early jobs, it often sets them back when it comes to finding their first full-time job once they are done school, and it can become a vicious cycle. No job, no experience, no experience, no job. Prior to working for Trinity College, I spent 8.5 years of my career at the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, where I worked my way up through various human resources roles, starting as an HR generalist up to HR manager, during which I was asked to develop a career support program for blind and partially sighted Canadians. We called the program Come to Work. The program partnered with employers and job seekers to provide paid internships where blind and partially sighted job seekers gained the on-the-job work experience that they might not have had a chance to gain up until then. Again, technology played a significant role in this program. We already knew that there were an overabundance of job seekers out there and that they just needed the opportunity to work and develop their skills. What we learned was that there were many employers that actually had the desire to be inclusive and just diversify their workforce, but they did not know how, and that they had the misconception that accessibility was expensive. They did not know that they already had the technology that many job seekers already needed built into their existing platforms, such as Windows. These partnerships have been game changers, not only for participants, but also for the employers. To this day, the program continues to grow several years later and continues to break down barriers. On a personal note, I think it is still fairly rare and uncommon to find people with various disabilities in senior leadership roles in an organization such as mine, where they have the ability to influence and shape mainstream organizations' workforce. It is incumbent of all leaders to be open to recognize the knowledge, skills, and talent that people of all abilities can bring to a workforce, and how technology can help organizations successfully do that. Thank you.
Hello everyone, we have with us the driving forces of A&J Consulting International, Arjun Natarajan and Lishuang Shen. Arjun is a dynamic personality with experience ranging from logistics and transportation to telecom. Arjun has a diverse portfolio. He actively pursued consulting in China, New York, and India, gaining valuable experience and adding productive value to the organization he associates with. As founder and chairman, he leads the company primarily in business expansion and entry into new markets. Working with a diverse population has given him insight about inclusivity in Chinese businesses. Lishuang Shen is a co-founder at A&J Consulting International too. Now with 20 plus years in the field of entrepreneurship, cross-border business development, financial and real estate, risk advisory and investments, Lishuang is an inspiring figure. In her years of experience, she explored Chinese policy in terms of inclusivity and accessibility. Now, in conversation with these noteworthy personalities.
Welcome, Arjun and Jenny. We would love to hear your perspectives from China on the topic of social inclusion and accessibility. It's a new perspective we'll be hearing this at the GAAD, and it's something our global audience would love to hear about. So let's dive right into some questions. So Arjun, in China, how easy do you feel it is for people on wheelchairs to take public transports like buses, metro, trains, and other commuting transportation?
All right. Okay. So I'm happy to be part of this GAAD initiative. So it is something that we always want to uplift the community and spread the word out there in terms of accessibility and inclusion and digital inclusion in the current world. And yes, I'm also happy to say partnering with the GAAD initiative and with the nonprofit is something that we take it very seriously to get the word out there. And to answer your question, I have been in China for quite some time, at least it's been around 3+ years. And from my personal experience and traveling across many parts of China, I would say China is highly accessible for people with disabilities, especially for people with wheelchairs. So in terms of taking the local metro or the high-speed bullet trains, taking the buses, it is fairly easier. But because all the metro stations are equipped with elevators, it is very rarely I've seen they're probably in a tier 3 city, they might not have elevators, but all the tier 1 and tier 2 cities are equipped with elevators and escalators. So people who use wheelchairs can move up and down, go underground, go basement 1, basement 2, and overground as well. So it is very easy. But taxis gets a little difficult. Some taxis do provide services for wheelchair people, but buses is okay because a lot of buses have the automatic the provision that opens up for wheelchairs, and people are always there to help when they see someone with special needs.
Okay. So Arjun, you've also lived in multiple countries. So where in comparison with infrastructure and also commuting, how do you feel China is doing, and what are your observations from the rest of the world as well when it comes to accessibility?
Right, yeah. So yes, I have lived in the East and in the West for a significant amount of time. And it is no doubt, and I honestly will say, that China is it is technologically and infrastructure-wise highly sophisticated or advanced than many Western countries. In a way where people with disabilities can be treated better or have a better quality and standard of living. What I mean by that is when I traveled in China, I have noticed there are special counters, special windows, special customer service for people who are handicapped, people with disabilities. So in special queues, if I want to go buy a train ticket, there are common lines. Let it be like there are 5 counters. 3 counters or 4 counters will be for regular Chinese people, and 1 counter will be for foreign citizens or foreign nationals, and another counter will be for people with special needs. So this kind I've hardly seen it in other countries. Probably in big cities such as London, Paris, and New York, there is to some capacity. But in many of the tier 2 cities or tier 3 cities, I've not seen it. But in China, it is very common. And even during my time in the West, only specific or the hotspot or the touristic spots have these kind of amenities for people with disability. But once you go to, let it be away from the city center, such kind of relaxation or help is not easily available. And because in China, even you go to a bank window, a bus lane, a parking spot, all of them are specially allocated for people with the special needs. Whereas in other countries, it is there, but relatively less is what I would say.
Okay. It's nice to see that there's a lot of work in this space that has already happened in China, and yeah, even across the world, there has been some work that has happened. So, Jen, from a government perspective, do you feel there are any benefits, incentives, or subsidies in place for people with disabilities, or to support people with disabilities?
Yes, sure. There are a lot of benefits. For example, in terms of tax, the services provided by individuals with disabilities, they will be exempt from business tax, and also individual income tax also there. And local community people, staffs, they will provide door-to-door service to assist daily living to help them out with maybe small problems, but it's like daily living based. And at the same time, also the government will give direct cash subsidies to the disabled people, and the standard will be different from 100 to 700 RMB per month. Depends on which region you're from, and some areas they will help disabled people. They pay for their insurance to cover some like health problems or reduce expenses. For example, traveling, they will be free go to bus or take bus or metro or maybe high-speed train, and also water and electricity expense. Yeah.
That's quite a lot that's done in terms of policies. It's really nice to see that much being done in a country. Jenny, China is also one of the most digitally advanced countries.
Yeah.
How do you see technology being used in China to help differently abled people and different age groups as well?
Yeah, digital technology for us make us more convenient. And actually for them, it's similar to change their life as well. For the kids, I think majorly it create better condition for them to receive education, because online class, online communicating with teachers, they make their life much easier, and this bring them bright life and hope as well. And for adults, the most directly is provide them employment opportunities, and they can easily make living a better life on their own. They are not like only depend on government or family support. They can making their own living. This, for example, like because China is very strong at the online things, so this kind of work, just sit in front of computer and you can help your clients out. So this is very easy for disabled people to do the job as well.
Right. Yeah, there's also like we've seen a lot of solutions as well come out, and that's in technology. Technology is an amazing tool to support all sorts of people, and it's lovely to see the work happening in China in that space. So Jenny, you have a 10-year-old son, and I just want to understand from your personal experience in his current school or previous schools, have you seen any provision for children with special needs?
In general, there are special schools and campus for disabled kids from different ways, and they will have their own professional teachers and also their own education methods. Okay, but in my son's school, it's they have from my knowledge, they have a specific foundation and a free special class for autistic children, and to change their life, and they focus on this group very much, and the school members are very public spirited and to help all like people with special needs.
It's nice to see there's facilities and support in place in the schools, and even in regular schools to integrate different kind of children and different kind of needs of children. Moving on, Arjun, you have lived in multiple countries and in the environment in the different countries. And how do you see that in contrast with China? How do you think China is doing?
Right. Yes. One thing I want to highlight here is at least since to the Indian diaspora, China is it's a large country with a very high population, and they have a very good healthcare system. Whether you are a common man or people that need special attention and special needs, so the healthcare system is very vast. Similarly, there are a lot of these Western countries that have a very good healthcare system that caters to people with special needs as well. But the biggest advantage I would see being a foreigner living in China and being a foreigner living in Western countries is the stability and security. How easy it is for foreigners to kind of get integrated into their local system. So one of the main reasons is because how organized and efficient in terms of a policy the Chinese authorities are. So that way it actually helps people. So just similar to India, there are a lot of policies that are in place to help the people with special needs. But to what capacity or what outcome do we actually see is a question we have to take. But in China, I would say 80 to 90% or even more than that, it actually comes down. So when a policy is implemented, it actually people are benefiting on a day-to-day basis. And being a foreigner, so not as special needs, I do have social security and insurance in China. And if any, from the COVID case, so it might be a little away from this. But on a personal note, China has taken steps to make sure as a foreigner when I was in China that I felt at home. So they want to include everybody as possible, whether they are Chinese or foreign nationals. So that when they do it for foreigners, definitely they are doing a lot for their own citizens who have special needs. So, and that is something I give kudos to the authorities and the right departments for executing it well. So that is a major difference. The stability in execution with the Chinese authorities over to the West.
Mm-hmm. And okay. So, Jenny, I just wanted to, from you, I wanted to hear, so what important challenges do you think need to be addressed in China regarding disability and inclusion? What do you think could change? What do you think could happen in the future?
Yeah, I think the most challenging is because China, like India, China also very big, and also with very big wealth gap between cities and undeveloped areas. So I believe there's still quite a amount of people, I mean disabled people, haven't enjoyed the farewell well yet. So I think we have to pay more attention to rural areas and to deliver the benefit to those areas to help them out because their living condition and the environment, they are not that great. So the life will be more tough than disabled people in city, right? So this need the government and the related institutions, they have to join effort together to make it happen and to create a better environment for them in undeveloped areas. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think, yeah, even in India too, there is, like you said, India is also a very big country, and that gap on making sure you reach everybody is something we have to figure out how, as individuals, as citizens as well, and we have to figure out how to reach everybody. And hopefully initiatives like this help create more awareness on the topic and how different people and different perspectives can come together to actually solve certain issues in inclusion. So I'd really like to thank you both for joining us at this event and sharing your perspectives. It was really nice talking to you today.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Arunima, for getting us on board for this initiative, and we are happy to do our part and get the word out there to the Chinese people and to the Chinese people across the world as well. So thank you for having us, and yes.
The talent pool that we are yet to tap the potential of happens to be with the people with disabilities. To help us understand the best practices for inclusion and diversity for organizations, we have with us Sudeep Majumdar. Now, Sudeep is from the EqualGenius Foundation, which creates massive transformational impact through an innovative program that empowers stakeholders across sectors to remove barriers. As an experienced independent management consultant, he has demonstrated history of working in the management consulting industry. Now, Sudeep has been a program and project management professional skilled in customer relationship management, sales management, technical recruiting, training, delivery, and sourcing. He takes deep interest in educating HR setups and inclusion and diversity amongst employees.
Welcome all to the Global Accessibility and Awareness Day. My name is Sudeep Majumdar. Let me start off by telling you a story which I had heard about 20 years back during one of my management programs that I was attending. This is a story of a CEO of an airlines who was doing a review of his last financial year. And as he was doing his review with his core team, he noticed a startling fact that one of their top customers, a multinational corporation, had not flown with the airlines for the entire year. And the revenues were zero from that top multinational. So he picked up his phone and called the CEO of the multinational and he asked him, "Sir, how come you've not flown with us for the last year? Because before that, 80% of our business was coming from your organization." The CEO of the multinational chuckled and said, "It was because of the coffee stains." When he heard coffee stains, the CEO of the airline said, "Could you elaborate on that, please?" The CEO of the multinational said, "One day I was flying your airline, and as I opened up the tray in front of me to have my food, I noticed a large coffee stain on the tray. And that got me thinking, saying that if an airline cannot keep whatever is visible on the outside clean, I shudder to think what would be the state of the engines which are not visible to the passengers who fly this airline." So I got back to my office and issued a memorandum to my employees to stop flying this airline because the safety of my employees was much bigger than the revenues of your organization. Now, this was a story that I used to narrate in my induction program, which I used to conduct for a large IT services organization. And during one of the sessions, one lady put up her hand and said, "Can I say something?" I said, "Yes, ma'am, please go ahead." She said, "I've been hired recently to head the diversity and inclusivity part and inclusion part of your organization." And then she corrected herself and said, "Of my organization." So I asked them, "What are the coffee stains, ma'am, you notice?" She says, I can say so many of them." I said, she said, "There are no ramps, no wheelchair accommodation, no parking facilities, and these are the coffee stains that come to my mind immediately." So she took it upon herself as a mandate to get all these things corrected, and all those things were actioned. Now, if you look at today's world, which is far, far more different than 20 years before, what is the need of the hour? The need of the hour to make sure diversity and inclusivity in this digital age has to be addressed. So we looked at some of the best practices in organizations around, and especially in India. And we looked at some of the best practices that emerged. One is, the first step is understanding of the word differently abled for all people working in the organization. So when you talk about differently abled, we talked about people with loss of locomotor skills, vision and hearing speech impairments, mental faculties impairment. Hence, the need of the hour is education, especially among employees of that organization. Once that is done, what do I do next? Step 2 is I have to assess the emotional needs of differently abled people whom I am hiring in the organization. For example, in one of my other induction programs, there was this lady who came up to me and said, "You were pointing out to me and talking to me. I felt as if you're addressing me personally in around 300 people." So then I asked her, "Which function have you joined?" She said, "I have joined HR and recruitment and I am differently abled. But during the entire program, I did not feel that I was any different from all the employees that you were talking to." That got me thinking, and I did a deep dive and I looked at certain organizations. For example, a large multinational organization in India, 4% of their employees are differently abled, and this is a figure I'm talking about in 2005. Many organizations have adopted this. An IT major in India has introduced easy web browsing. They have adopted tools called Web Adopt Me, which takes care of people with cognitive impairments or low vision. Or they have a tool called a disability stimulator and various other tools. For example, there's an English assessment tool which they've introduced. Very, very interesting. You know, when you talk about assessment of emotional needs, I was doing a program for a non-for-profit in Kabul in Afghanistan. And as all of you know, that there are a lot of people with disabilities there because of the ongoing strife that is there. And I was doing a program for schools in Afghanistan. And when I noticed this, I went up to the NGO and I said, why don't we, run a program which takes care of all these aspects so that even differently abled children feel that they are part of the mainstream and not feel left out. So that again was implemented in that NGO, and that was a pretty big success. Now, very important thing for us to do is creating awareness within organizations, and that is a challenge. When I was going through all this and relating it back to my experiences in the induction of new employees in the organization, I said something that has to be done here, and it has to be done right from the beginning. So we introduced a D&I program in the organization. But before that, what I did was I introduced a one slider in my induction, which talked about D&I and how we should treat or engage people who belong to this category. And we had examples of Beethoven, Van Gogh, Helen Keller, all of whom were challenge geniuses. So as an organization, we thought that we should take this forward and talk about equal treatment for differently abled people also. And we talked about it starts right from the scratch, right from the first point of contact with the organization of the differently abled person for them to feel inclusive. It starts from recruitment, it goes into training, it talks about remuneration, career development. Everywhere we said there has to be equal mileage given to all people in the organization. Brings us to the next point. Now, what do we do as an organization? And these are some of the best practices that are there prevalent in most of the organizations in India, is improving infrastructure. We went ahead and we hired an ergonomic specialist who looked at things like entry-exit ramps, braille keyboards, designing workstations, which are very relevant for a differently abled person. Last but not the least is to do a detailed job analysis and fit these people exactly where they can be the creative best, because we all know that differently abled people, if included properly, are innovative. They have hidden talents which will emerge, and these hidden talents will save companies dollars, will give organizations the competitive edge. Most importantly, it will change the way organizations offer. If I had time, I would have shared facts and figures with you how organizations who focus more on people who are differently abled and include them in the scheme of things perform much better. In fact, there are financials which prove that, that the performance is better of those organizations. Most importantly, these people, if cared for, their loyalty index to the organization is very high. They hardly ever leave the organization. Hence, the HR problem of attrition goes down. To sum it up, if you change the attitude, everything is taken care of for an organization that focuses on diversity and inclusivity. In the words of the Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore, he says, the problem is not how, sorry, I'll say that again. The problem is not how to wipe out the differences, but how to unite with the differences intact. And that, my friends, is what GAAD is all about. We at Equal Genius feel that we can make a difference in people's lives. So go ahead and spread this message across. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
People with disabilities are people with extraordinary abilities. The Bangalore-based organization Miracle on Wheels is a voluntary social service organization for the benefit of people with disabilities. As the first of its kind in India, it is a revolutionary educational program led by Mahira John Pasha and Dr. Syed Salahuddin Pasha. Now, this organization hopes to give a certain dignity of survival for its members. Miracle on Wheels has made it its mission to empower disabled people in the field of art, culture, computers, and other streams to live independently while serving the needs of their families and the nation. Artists at Miracle of Wheels have performed across the world and also featured in multiple reality shows. Now they hope for differently abled people from all walks of life to experience dance and music to understand that their disability cannot hinder their dreams or prevent their achievements. With such reputable achievements, Miracle on Wheels will continue to grow and empower their members to achieve professional ability and to live independently.
Hello, Dr. Pasha and Mahira. Thanks for joining us at the GAAD this year. We're really excited to hear your perspectives on empowering people with disabilities. It's really lovely to have people of your background come on our platform and give us insights on this topic. So the first question I have for you is, what is the inspiration behind your art form? And how long has it been since you started?
See, it's been more than 4 decades. Me coming from a background of a professionally Bharatanatyam and Kathak trained, and choreography and dramas, and being studied mythology and Sanskrit, I started using this as a tool to heal the different type of people, number one. Number two, performing arts is a major platform to address the issues of the different label people. And secondly, also showcase their innate abilities and show the world that given an opportunity, they are second to none. They don't need mercy. They need an opportunity. So I use the art form, train them professionally. So they, as you have seen the performance, how beautifully they perform. And now, country is such a huge country, wherein we have taken this art form not only on the stage performances in India and abroad, but also you have taken these performances on the reality shows as well.
I'm definitely personally extremely interested in theater and the performing arts. It's really exciting to see the kind of performances that have come out from Miracle on Wheels. So what motivated you to start Miracle on Wheels? How did this start?
Miracle on Wheels, earlier this was done as in a small way. Okay. Then we thought that it has to reach out to the large masses. Okay. And then we needed a proper recognition for this work. So that is when Miracle on Wheels was born. We brought it out into the nation, and we created an awareness among the huge masses. Right now we have almost covered, I can say, lakhs and lakhs of people. So that is the idea behind Miracle on Wheels being born.
That's wonderful. And I read that you use dance and music as therapy to help people with special needs. How does this work?
See, the dance and music has a very strong healing power. It's a unique combination of dance therapy, music therapy, color therapy, emotion therapy. So when you call dance and theater, it is not just a one portion. It's a culmination of so many things in one. And it works on the microcosmic cell of the human body. For example, if you hear a beautiful music, you feel very soothing.
Yes.
If you hear the drums playing very fast, like it has so much of force in it. So it has so many emotions, so many rasa. Here what happens, it goes inside your mind, inside your body. It brings out, for the sad people, it brings the happiness. For the people which were aggressive, it makes them calm down. That's why there are thousands of ragas, tunes. And there are so many emotions. Shringara, Hasya, Karuna, Bhayanaka. They're all called Navarasas. You see? So you can't believe this. It is so therapeutic. It also, when the animals listen to the music, there's a very strong effect on them. Even the plants, if you play beautiful music, the plants grows happily. So it has a very strong therapeutic. That's why, in fact, when you see our performances, unless it is addressed as a therapeutic, like for example, I conduct workshop for the especially BS students who do the study on the different category of mentally challenged, visually impaired, hearing impaired, Down syndrome, and many other types of disabilities. So I conduct workshop for them. They do use these dance therapy, music therapy. That's why all our shows also called as therapeutic theater productions. What you see is the final production. Actually speaking, they go through all this process. Though we don't mention, for example, those people hand doesn't move, for example, we teach them many mudras. Okay, so which opens up their the entire physical blockages. Opens up the mental blockages. So they feel free. They feel very much open to showcase, bring out their expressions and emotions. It is a completely therapeutic in nature.
That's lovely to hear, Dr. Pasha, and understand how sounds and dance can actually have so much impact on a person. Is there, from the performances of Miracle on Wheels, is there something that's extremely notable and something extremely memorable for you?
All the performances are a masterpiece, I would say. But there are certain performances wherein they perform very acrobatic poses and very difficult formations and all that. We are always known for people who give that wow factor in our performance. And if you see 12 performances in one go, each of them will have one wow factor. Okay, and one unforgettable performance, in fact, one unforgettable, what do you say, organizers, you can say, was we did a performance in Malaysia. This person had called us for 7 performances. Okay, and once we completed that performance, the following year, he called us again for 12 performances, so that he could cover entire Malaysia and the entire population can witness this performance.
The innovations which we have done for the differently able people, nobody has done in this world. We have created classical Bharatanatyam on wheelchair. See, to dance Bharatanatyam, to master the Bharatanatyam, even for a normal person, it takes more than 10 years. But here, the wheels performs the adus and steps in place of legs. Each of the step movement has been innovated, adapted, and taught. So I have to sit on the wheelchair for a couple of hours to understand even a single movement. For example, even to move a small movement like touch jump, like you have to jump and take the position. Wheelchair, you need to understand the dynamics of the wheelchair. So first I had to work on designing the wheelchair. So naming that wheelchair as a dancing wheels. So it's not a normal wheelchair what you see in the hospitals. or the people with the disabilities use for their use as a vehicle. But here, the wheelchair has a, for example, the spinning. They can spin up to 80 spins in 1 minute, which is a world record. So that is the part one of Bharatanatyam. Second one is the yoga on wheel. Nobody do professional yoga the way we do here. The most complicated asanas like Shirishasana, Chakrasana, Alasana, like a series of most complicated asanas performed on the wheelchair. And coming back to the spirituality, it's a very interesting topic which I'm talking. See, we all read about Gita and heard about Bhagavad Gita, but here we bring the major shlokas from the 18 chapters of Bhagavad Gita. The wheelchair transformed into chariot. You know, the Karma Yoga, Dharma Yoga, Adhyatma Yoga, all the entire Bhagavad Gita comes live on stage. They perform. You know, if I start rendering the shlokas, there are so many shlokas. But one of the shlokas I would say that how he says, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyutyanam adharmasya sambhavami yuge yuge. You see how the 10 incarnation of Mahavishnu, Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Vamana, Narasimha, Kalki. Oh, you see, here one thing very interesting thing I want to add. The artists who are performing also in a different world. They are transforming, they are to different world. The audience who are watching also transform into different world. It's an instant transformation happening. It's a very soul-soothing. So like that, we have a Sufi dance on wheelchair, we have Bollywood on wheelchair, like several dance production, which is the first of its kind in the world, because when we created, there was no referral material. Everything we have to create.
Really nice. And I've seen some of these videos and expressing it, I really understand that there must be a lot of effort and training and practice that goes into something that phenomenal coming out. And I wanted to understand, what is the background of some of these performers? Where do they come from? What are their stories?
There are several success stories among the performers in our team. For one, you can say there is a boy called Ashik, and he was the only polio attacked person in his family. His older and younger brother were perfectly good, nice, normal, you can say. And his parents almost threw him out of the house. And he had such a staunch inclination for dance. And what happened is he came to Dr. Pasha and he trained in dance. And other than dance, he trained in film editing, music editing and all that. And now he's such a talented person. Similarly, there's another boy, Dharmender, from a very underprivileged family. Only a son who had polio attack and all that. So they all used to do this labor work and all that. Once they found Dr. Pasha, they trained under him. They became like superstars overnight. They've all traveled countries like Canada, US, Moscow, France, South Africa, Malaysia. They've done performances all over these places. So they are stars, if you see in one way.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on accessibility, disabilities, and sharing the story of Miracle on Wheels with us. It was really nice having you at the GAAD, and we'll definitely love to do more with you and see how we can take things forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arunima. I would like to end by saying Dr. Pasha and his team and a small portion, I can add myself in this, are happy to be on this program. And we have created a very disabled-friendly auditorium. It's a black box theater in Bangalore, wherein we have made it completely disabled-friendly because we are people who believe in practicing what we preach. So we have created this for providing an opportunity for people with disabilities who would like to perform. This is has a facility of performing theater with a capacity of 100 seats. So anybody who really are looking for opportunity can make use of this kind of an opportunity, who need an audience, who want to perform once this COVID and all that is over. We are pursuing it. You can always come and join us. This is an open invitation for all people interested in art and music and who really want to establish themselves as performers.
And also those who are like to pursue as professionally dance as a career. We are here to train them professionally. It's more than 4 decades of experience. Along with the training, we give them an opportunity nationally and internationally. So it's a combination of training, opportunities, and exposure. It's a place for the differently able people. The doors are open and they can contact us.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Jenison Asuncion, our next speaker, co-founded the annual Global Accessibility Awareness Day, GAAD, in 2012, along with Joe Devon. The accidental discovery of Joe's tweet is now a mass movement leading us to being here today. The Toronto Accessibility and Inclusive Design Meetup in 2012 was also his implementation. He co-founded the Boston Accessibility Unconference in 2010 and Accessibility Camp Los Angeles in the same year. His passion for digital accessibility and inclusion pushed him to be the founder of Bay Area Accessibility and Inclusive Design Meetup in 2014 as well. Now he's currently also the head of Accessibility Engineering Evangelism at LinkedIn. With an exceptional profile geared towards pro-accessibility measures, Jenison is a standing example that the accessibility industry is not only a requirement but a thriving one. Ladies and gentlemen, Jenison Asuncion.
Hey everyone, my name is Jenison Asuncion, and I am co-founder alongside Joe Devon of Global Accessibility Awareness Day. Let me first take the opportunity to wish all of you a happy GAAD. I know right now things in India are very challenging with COVID, and so I want to first send all of my best to everyone there, and particularly those of you who have been personally affected by this global pandemic. Global Accessibility Awareness Day started because Joe Devon wrote a blog post back in 2011 where he was expressing frustration because his father could not access online banking. The web developers at the time didn't think about accessibility to meet his particular needs. And so GAAD was born. I totally by mistake ended up reading the tweet that announced that Joe had published the blog post. He and I didn't know each other before then. And then the rest is history. If you go to globalaccessibilityawarenessday.org and you click on About, you can read the actual blog post there and the tweet and my response to Joe. It is so important for everyone, designers, developers, product managers, project managers, engineering leaders, product leaders, everyone to give thought to accessibility for people of all abilities. It's not just the 15% of the world's population of people who self-identify as having some form of disability or impairment. But there are people, for example, who have situational disabilities. For example, if you're in a loud room and you're trying to take an e-learning course that has audio, you'll turn on the captioning so you can follow along. Or if you're watching a show on television and English isn't your first language, to have the captions is very useful. What if you break your arm and you can't use a mouse or a keyboard? It might be a lot easier for you to use voice recognition software. And similarly, all of us are getting older and things like our vision are starting to deteriorate. Now, for people like that, they might not consider themselves as having a quote unquote disability or impairment. It's just part of getting older. And so by solving for people with disabilities, you're extending to help a lot more people. And that's the point, one of the points of Global Accessibility Awareness Day, is to remind people that sure, there are people with disabilities or impairments that will benefit from you making your websites and mobile apps and whatever technology you're using accessible, but it's for everyone else as well. So what are some of the things for me, looking over the last 10 years, that have surprised me about Global Accessibility Awareness Day? In a good way. All of it's been good. I would say the thing that's excited me the most is how GAAD has become embraced by not only the English-speaking world. We've had, over the years, we've had people coming to us and telling us they've been holding events in all kinds of different languages. And on our website, we have material up there in a number of different languages. And thanks to the collaboration we've recently had, we have now material or videos in a number of different Indian languages as well. So big thank you so much for your partnership in getting all of that up there. One of the things that I've been pleased to see is the emphasis on gaming. People automatically assume making, banking websites and e-commerce websites and learning websites are important, and they are, absolutely. And that stuff needs to be made accessible. But gaming, online gaming, to make that accessible is very important, because those of us with disabilities and impairments, or those of us with different abilities, we want to have fun too. We want to be able to participate in online games for the same reason everyone else does, to have fun, to make new friends, to socialize. And what's interesting about playing online games is you don't have to reveal that you might be someone who has a disability or impairment, or who identifies as having different abilities. You can play an online game and have your own avatar and be whoever you want, so long as that online game is accessible. So I think that is one of the biggest things outside of the different languages. To me, that's brought me so much happiness to know that people are concentrating on things other than just the day-to-day stuff, the important things. And there's actually someone who's going to be talking, or a group of ladies in India, in fact, who are going to be talking about people with disabilities using mobile apps for dating. Now, in some areas, people might not want to talk about that because they're uncomfortable. And the idea of people with disabilities wanting to have a relationship, a loving relationship, people don't want to talk about that. But the reality is we do. And if those mobile apps for dating are not accessible, then we can't take the same advantage as everyone else who wants to use those mobile dating apps. So I'm really happy that particular event is coming from India. It shows how progressive society is there. So I'm going to close by saying that I look forward to visiting India, who knows, maybe next year when things calm down again. I would love to come there in person and to wish all of you a happy GAAD, and to be there to experience what Global Accessibility Awareness Day is like in where you are. But for now, I will wish everyone a happy 10th birthday for GAAD. Thank you so much for paying attention and to thinking about access and inclusion from a digital perspective, mobile apps, websites, and every other form of technology for everyone who has different abilities in India and around the world. So again, I'm Jennison Asuncion, co-founder of Global Accessibility Awareness Day, and on behalf of Joe Devon and myself, we wish you all a happy GAAD.
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke was surely not far from the truth there. One can therefore classify Jason D. Thompson's work as magical. With 20 years of experience working on websites, Jason is working on pushing boundaries within the gaming industry. Jason himself is a user of assistive technologies. Addressing the lack of tools which he had growing up, the web became his safe space, with all its accessibility elements. As a senior accessibility manager at Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation, he works intensively towards making accessible and inclusive online gaming options. He also worked as a senior accessibility consultant with Level Access. Jason has also worked previously with the Pecciello Group as an accessibility engineer. Starting as a developer, he moved on to become an advisor to various organizations in their journey of making their products more accessible to people with various kinds of challenges. Now we are glad to welcome him as our speaker today.
Hi, I'm Jason Thompson from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And as you might have been able to guess or be thinking that, I have an albinism. It not only affects my skin color and my hair color, but also affects my eyes, my vision. I have what's classified as 20/200 vision, which can make things rather difficult to see with things like small print, things from a distance, computers, signage, getting around the world can be rather challenging for me. I also have a lack of depth perception, which can make things difficult, not knowing how far away that speeding car is when I'm trying to cross the street, or where how far away someone is when they're waving to me, even a metric distance. So things like that can be rather challenging for me. I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and during the 80s and 90s, if anyone here on this can think of, there wasn't a lot of high-tech solutions for people with low vision. There's a lot of low-tech solutions, which could be really great. Things like monoculars, which would be able to see great distances. Things like handheld magnifiers, where you can magnify something that's in your just being handheld in your hand, maybe like a restaurant menu, or just being able to read small print on the back of packaging or something. Things like keyboards and high contrast keyboards. These were all really low-tech solutions that were available to me at the time that really helped my life be a little bit easier than what it could have been even probably 20 years before that. Now, today, there's so much technology that's available for people with disabilities, and there's so much that we can actually do. For the last 20 years of my career, though, I've been really focusing on the web. I fell into being a web guy, I like to say, been that webmaster. I've been the web designer, the developer, worked in communications departments. But in the last 5-6 years now, I've been working as an accessibility consultant, where I'm helping companies and businesses and government agencies really come to terms with what it means to make something accessible in the digital world. So I've been helping them with training, with auditing, with assessing, and just bringing awareness to them and what actually needs to be done to be able to make something accessible. It's been a real challenge. It's been a real struggle to get everybody up to speed and to make companies and corporations understand what they actually have to do to make sure that something is accessible. I always like to go into training sessions, and I call it Accessibility 101, where I really do a level setting of what accessibility is and what you actually need to do to make sure something is accessible. And one of the first things I always tell people to do is to shift left. We can't be thinking that accessibility is something we can check off the list of done at the end of the project or the end of an application development lifecycle. We need to think about what we can do right from the very beginning to make sure that this thing that we're doing, that we're creating, is going to actually be accessible. So that gets right into what are the mock-ups like? What are the designs like? What are the wireframes like? Are those going to be accessible? And then as we're actually developing, are the developers actually creating things that are still accessible? Are they testing these components that they're creating? Are they testing things to make sure that they actually work? We don't want to wait until the very end where there might be a quality assurance tester comes along and they find 400 issues. We want to be able to avoid that as much as possible. One of the other things I like to make people aware of too, that creating for people with disabilities isn't just about making sure things are good for people who are totally blind or low vision. Disability is a really broad spectrum where it covers a lot of different things. So there might be someone who's totally blind, there might be low vision, deaf or hard of hearing, cognitive or learning disabilities. There's a multitude of different disabilities out there that when we start thinking about it, all these things that we can be doing, it really starts to grow and make it more than just about putting alt text on an image and making sure color contrast is sufficient. While those two things can be very important, and those are some of the easy things you can do right out of the gate, making sure we're taking into consideration people with cognitive disabilities and learning disabilities is very relevant as well. One of the cool things is about digital accessibility, making sure we're practicing this inclusive design process to make sure we're including as many people as possible, is that when we create something for people with disabilities, we start taking into account, without even realizing, things for everyone on an everyday basis. Say we're using color contrast and we're considering that for people with low vision and color blindness. Once we start considering that and implementing that into our websites and applications, it actually makes it easier for just everyone to be able to see this. Think about it, if we have a really high contrast and someone who's colorblind, they're going to be able to see these things really easily. But think about when you're using your Apple Watch and you're now out on a sunny day and you look at your watch and you can see things. It's because contrast was probably considered. High contrast was really important. They consider that maybe for a disability for someone who might be low vision or colorblind, but it impacts someone without those disabilities. So it really opens the world for them. And it opens the world for everyone, in fact. One of the other cool things about accessibility, though, too, is that it's going to help you with your SEO, search engine optimization. It's going to give you a leg up on your competitors. I'm not saying it's going to, rocket you right to the top of the Google rankings, but it's going to help. There's no doubt about it. Proper HTML structure and semantics, being able to make sure you're implementing that, taking good language and using plain language into all of your content. These things all go into account, and Google considers all of these when they're actually doing the rankings, and their algorithm goes through and checks all these things. So making sure that you're following all these guidelines and these processes is really important. Now, I talk about what we're trying to strive for here in this accessibility, digital accessibility, and we compare it to, or we use this checklist for the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG or WCAG. They have what's called success criteria. I don't want you to think of this as a list or a checklist that you have to go through. It's a pass or fail. I want you to think of this just as a starting point. Because in theory, you could check every single box on the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines success criteria and say they all pass. But it's that human experience, it's that lived experience for a person and how they're actually going to be able to interact with this site still. Are they actually going to be able to use it? So you not only have to take that compliance requirement for the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, but you need to take that user impact as well. And right in the middle, right in between there, where those two things meet, is your sweet spot of where we're really proving digital accessibility is possible and really enhancing the lives for everybody. So as a takeaway, think about what you can do to shift left so that we're not waiting until the very end to be able to test something and to say that, yes, it's accessible. What can you do, and what can your company, your business do on a regular basis to ensure that accessibility is always being considered? Thanks. I'm Jason. I hope everyone is enjoying Global Accessibility Awareness Day, and hope to hear from everyone soon. Bye-bye.
In a study by XY Zhen and XY Hu, it was found that in Jilin, Guangdong, Shaanxi, and Gansu provinces in China, the standardized prevalence rates of hearing disorders and disabling hearing disorders were 15.84% and 5.17% respectively. With such a prevalent population percentage with disability, it became imperative for hearing aid equipment to be made available and accessible. Now, meeting these needs by this day are Neurotron's hearing aids. As the leader of implantable hearing aid solutions in China, Neurotron Biotechnology is committed to improving the quality of life for hearing impaired people, promoting the development of hearing and language rehabilitation. Now, the goal towards the accessibility gained momentum in 2015 when Neurotron's cochlear implant was officially covered by Zhejiang Province's basic medical insurance. Now, the company was jointly voted by Xinhua News Agency and China Central Television as China's top 10 science and technology people of the year. With grand visions for accessibility, inclusivity, and increasing the quality of life for people with disability, they work towards avant-garde technology. As a partner of A&J Consulting, Claire Su, representing Neurotron Biotechnology, will be interviewed by Li Shang Shan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jenny from A&J Consulting International, talking to you from Hangzhou, China. I'm now in the headquarters of Neurotron Biotech, a high-tech based company dedicated to becoming the world's leading supplier of neuroelectronics, DBS stimulators, and cochlear implants. It is the fourth cochlear company in the world to have a dedicated R&D center which is located in California, USA. Here with us today, we have Claire. She is the customer service from Neurotron, an employee and also an end user from their products. We would be very glad to hear her experience with their product. So Claire, can you show us the experience when you implanted the device and what changes it brought, and also how it changed your life?
Yes, the first thing I would like to say is thank you. Not only has CI, the cochlear implant, given me hearing, but the opportunity to enjoy the life again. Being totally deaf is my idea of hell. That period of my life was a dark one. You know, auditory impairment entails fear, stress, and depression. It means 1,000 big challenges and disorders to me. And now, luckily, I have implanted with CI. I still remember the first day when my CI switched on. The first word I heard was my name. At that moment, I wanted to cry. That feeling is beyond words. I think it's very amazing. Now, I can talk, I can sing, though I'm not a good singer. I'm here to share my experience with you. I think that's a big change. The CI, to me, it's like magic.
I can imagine, and I'm really happy for you have a real new life now. And I just visited the exhibition center downstairs in our company. So I saw actually now we developed the second generation of the implant. And the chips, it has many own independent patents. The detection sensitivity of auditory nerve response has increased 10 times, and the implant has an intelligent safety feedback function as well. So this makes it one of the most advanced products in the market. So congratulations for your team. There are many companies similar to Neurotron in China making assistive devices domestically and making these products at an affordable price for people who need it. Those companies not only have core technology, they also with very high social spirited vision as well. Can you tell me like how you feel you work in Neurotron, this kind of company which is changing people's life?
I'm proud to be one of the Neurotron family. You know, Neurotron is an excellent team and a big warm family. Especially that my colleagues help me a lot. encouraging me to communicate and offering some professional advice on rehabilitation and training that enables me to proceed without any fear.
Okay, so when I come to this building, I saw the neurotron. The goal is to hear, to see, to stand. I do believe we are on the way of achieving this goal, right? But I think if we really have to see this in the society, we need different people, or like each of us, to make effort to it, including government, including medical community, including each of us. Can you share us more about the situation of disabled people in China?
Yes, auditory impairment is the second most common disability in China. In a recent national sample survey on disability, there are 27.8 million people with hearing impairment in China, including 3 million people with severe to profound hearing loss. Meanwhile, the proportion of newborn deaf children is about 2 over 1,000 to 3. It is estimated that there are more than 30,000 deaf newborn every year.
From what you gave the information, I really can feel the stress from it. So because we cannot really see this kind of people in our surrounding in regular base, right? So sometimes we will ignore this kind of group people. So I read about a lot of news about like Chinese government released some policies to help disabled people and make them to have an easier life and convenient environment in society. So can you share us more from your personal experience how Chinese government really help this group people?
Chinese government has special short-term or long-term plans for disabled people. Also, they have real action. For example, preparing for the Beijing Winter Paralympic Games, supporting the disabled employment, improving the special education guarantee mechanism, strengthening the care service system and the facilities, enhancing the social welfare system for the disabled, and raising the quality of rehabilitation services for the disabled.
Okay, so apart from government, what you expect from a society to pay more attention to this group people? I mean, from your personal experience, what do you feel is the most important?
From my personal experience, I would say we are part of the community as each of you.
Sure.
We need equal treated and enjoy life as a normal person. So do not doubt our work skill because of physical disability. Sometimes I saw news about that the parents abandon disabled baby after they gave birth. I feel really sad about it. Disability is not a misfortune. Actually, they are special gift from God. In this time of sickness and social inequality, and giving our fundamental duty to extend equal treatment, compassion, and care for others, we require more resources for disabled people like me. People with disabilities are equal members of the whole community.
Sure. Apart from personal experience as a neurotron employee, what do you think neurotron now is play this role and contribute, make your own contribution to this group of people?
Yeah. By the end of 2020, neurotron products have been exported to more than 20 countries, and more than 20,000 hearing impaired patients around the world have successfully implanted neurotron cochlear implants. Neurotron has gradually reached the first goal, to here, step by step. And Nordstrom will continue to move forward to becoming the world's leading medical neurostimulation high-tech enterprise, producing good Chinese devices for disabled people all over the world.
Yeah, I also saw the news recently that you just got a CE certification last month, right? So it means you can help more and more people globally. I really expecting that. And yes, it was very wonderful to have you be here, share us the real experience as a user and also an employee of from Neurotro. And I hope in the future the disabled people group, they have a better life and with a much better environment surrounding easier life for them. And thank you also for be part of the 10th Global Accessibility Awareness Day initiative. Thank you.
Srinivasu is an experienced accessibility professional. He has worked in corporate industries, advised government and non-profit organizations. Blogger and speaker both in India and internationally, he is an expert in the areas of accessibility testing, training and consulting, helping organizations build accessibility practices. Srinivasu started his career in the area of accessibility in the year 2005. He is also a senior accessibility program manager at Watermark. As a certified professional in web accessibility by the International Association of Accessibility Professionals, he is a trusted tester by the US Department of Homeland Security. He has been recognized with various awards for both his work in the area of accessibility and community development. As a part of his vision, he started Serve Om Inclusion. They bring awareness about accessibility and inclusive design amongst the mainstream. Serve Om Inclusion believes that accessibility should be considered at the planning stage and integrated at all steps of the product development cycle. Serve Om Inclusion endeavors to help startup and middle-level businesses to adopt accessibility into their products and services. Now we are so glad to have such an eminent personality amongst us.
Hello everyone. Greetings on the auspicious occasion of the 10th Global Accessibility Awareness Day. It all started back in 2011 by Jennison and Joy Devon, who actually thoughtfully made this decision and worked towards spreading awareness about accessibility across the world at minimum efforts and minimum cost possible. Digital accessibility is even more relevant today, considering the unfortunate and unprecedented pandemic of COVID-19. COVID-19, while it is unfortunate that many of our friends and family members or relatives have to go through difficulties or even health issues, and some may have lost their lives. But it has also brought opportunities to people to spend a quality time for themselves, and also enabled people to work remotely. Working remotely makes some section of people with disabilities even possible to work. Due to the inaccessibility of infrastructure, some people may have never got a chance to get into an employment at a workplace, but remote working would actually give them an opportunity. So, due to the pandemic, a lot more things have gone digital than before. Hence, it is even more important to talk about accessibility. Let's consider children who have not been going to school for at least a year now, and all their classes are online. they really miss their recreation part and sports events, and also all the cultural activities that takes place in the school. But all the learning has gone digital, and even it is new to a lot of teachers as well. They will have to adopt to this new normal and create content for their students and conduct classes online. It may be easier for them to conduct classes for higher classes, but it is far more difficult for small children. And think of people with a disability, especially who are uh, having vision impairment or hard of hearing. Right? It is essential that online learning platforms and online communication has to be made accessible. Your assignment portals or examination systems or anything that you do has to be made accessible. The material that you send in the form of videos, or even some schools send some material like a notes or something, but oftentimes I noticed they are scanned images. That should not be the thing. So the culture of inclusion has to come from everybody's mind. It doesn't matter whether you have a student with a disability or not. It is essential you ensure your content is accessible, not just to the students, but also you need to keep in mind parents. Some parents may have some disability, but they also need to help their children to do their homework or anything that they need to. Right? So your systems, your software and content need to be made accessible to them. And today, a lot of activities are taking place on the applications of schools and colleges, like including you even pay your fees online. Right? You actually keep track of progress through the app. So it is essential all of these school apps are also made accessible. Everything, and once in a while you also need to give the recreation to your children. So whatever activities you conduct, you also need to keep in mind of children with disabilities and see how you can actually engage them in the activity. Even if you don't have children with disability, it is essential you actually talk about people with disabilities in your classroom, so that they are aware and they get when they get a chance to interact with any other child with a disability in their community or anywhere, they are much more sensitized. Right? Now coming to the workplace, today almost everyone in the IT industry and even banking sector, which is unlikely before, which is actually reluctant to give a work from home option, but now a lot of employees of banking sector are also working from home. Right? So the new normal and even the way forward is that even when the office is opens, it would be like a flexible thing. It's a hybrid model, right? It is not necessarily that everyone has to go to their office every day, right? So people will actually required to go to office only once in a while, but not really every day. So in order to, and this is actually a gift to people with disabilities, because due to the inaccessibility of the offices, may it be your washrooms or even the cafeteria. So even if you are happen to be blind, how do you actually be able to go and get your food on your own, right? Because now we are talking about the social distancing and all that. So even the way forward, going forward, even the help by other people will also be limited. As a result, it is essential our workplaces has to be made accessible if at all somebody is expected to come to work. But when the work from home is allowed, that's actually boost the employment opportunities to people with disabilities. But what is essential to make that the reality? All our IT infrastructure, including the softwares that are required to perform the tasks, our intranet, or any other tools that is required, including the pay slips, all of that is infrastructure need to be made accessible. It is also essential our communication systems, the internal messaging system that we use, something like Slack, or any Microsoft Teams, or anything that we use has quite a few of them are already accessible. Like Slack is decent, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, and quite a few of them are very, very accessible, including Google Meet. Right? So whatever you actually choose to use as an internal tool, you must consider accessibility of that tool. Right? It's not only that tool is accessible, but it is also essential that all of the employees within the organizations, including the managers, are sensitized towards their co-workers with disabilities. So they need to be aware how they can communicate. Since it is virtual, there are more chances for communication gaps. So, and more so when it comes to people with disabilities, right? So if you have a coworker who happen to be hard of hearing, you need to figure out a way how you actually communicate with them, how you actually include them in the meetings, right? Maybe you will actually have a sign language interpreter, or you actually start typing as you speak, right? All that sorts of things. And now, coming to hospitality. So today, while the restaurants and a lot of things are closed, but there are also a lot of volunteers who are gracefully and doing a lot of good work. Like if a family is affected with COVID-19 and unable to cook themselves, there are a group of volunteers who actually provide them 3-time meal. And there's also a variety of meals that they are offering, not just one single menu, right? Of course, although it's on a commercial basis, but the effort is really tremendous. So in this juncture, you need to make sure your packaging is accessible, and people should be able to identify what the food is all about, right? And your menu has to be accessible. And you need to, when you're actually communicating with the customer, you need to tell them where exactly did you keep outside of the door, right? Or you should ask them what is the designated place, where do they prefer you to keep food. And even when you are communicating, you need to first figure out if the customer has indicated that he prefers a text versus a voice call, because there might be customers with hard of hearing, or things like that, right? So it is essential that we also, and this applies to even other delivery channels like Zomato or Swiggy and things like that, right? And even today, the e-commerce has actually become a lot more important thing into day-to-day life of people. There are apps that actually help you order your milk, to curd, to fruits, vegetables, whatnot, everything, right? And it's actually makes life easy for people with disabilities as well. They don't have to, like if you go to a mall, you need to, it's very difficult to identify where the vegetables are, where the fruits that they want, or even if they are somewhere in the top, if they are users with blind or wheelchair users, right? Not sure how they will be able to have access to all of them. But with a digital application, they should be able to make a selection of the products they want, and they can order online, right? But what is essential is all of these players who are actually making beautiful applications, they need to make sure all their applications are accessible and compliant with W3C standards, right? And anyway, it would be good if they can actually have them tested by people with disabilities before they actually launch it. Nevertheless, never mind, even if you have already launched a product, but now you after observing this Global Accessibility Awareness Day, if you still want to, if you want to make your apps accessible, it's not too late. You can actually get it tested and then make the fixes to it, right? But all it is because your app is actually lifesaver for many people. And coming to healthcare system, today when online consultation is the new normal, right? So, and what it may be helpful is that instead of every hospital using a different platforms for online consultation, if they can have a standardized communication system, standardized consultation system, because when a person is actually panic with something that they are suffering to, if they have to learn a new tool to get access to a doctor, it is even difficult. Right? So there should be a standardized way of consultation, and that mechanism has to be accessible, and both the reports and prescriptions has to be made accessible, right? And even the pharmaceuticals, they need to identify a mechanism how people with disability, especially people with vision impairment, can identify the medicine, right? Of course, I don't really expect everyone to put a braille stickers or something, but the fonts that they use on labels has to be clear so that at least people can scan and read it, right? Of course, we're all talking about digital. Even when it's non-digital, it may cause some inconvenience to people, but what such people need to do is they need to segregate the medicines as they receive it, maybe by taking help of somebody initially, right? And or one option would be even they need to put in all the packets in different places. But pharmaceuticals need to be have a better communication with the customers, and they need to explain as needed, and so on, right? And accessibility doesn't end anywhere. It goes to recreation, everything. Nowadays, a lot of people are actually teaching different kind of things. Like my children are learning yoga and classical music online, right? And now, yesterday, a friend of mine told me he is actually teaching chess online, right? So all of this online learning has to be made accessible, and anything because accessibility is not limited to your profession or education. It is important everywhere, including the recreation, entertainment, anything that we do in life, right? So thanks everybody around the world who are actually observing this Global Accessibility Awareness Day and continuing the journey of raising awareness about inclusion and accessibility. And all the best to everyone, and stay safe. Thank you.
Inclusivity and accessibility are successful moments only if the output is financially adept. Promoting goods and services by people with disability or those who are underprivileged gives them a platform to provide for themselves. Now, with this vision in mind, Alchemia was created. They source materials and major segments of the piece from marginalized communities, rural artisans, and people with disabilities. This platform works towards their upskilling and empowerment through employment and income generation. Representing them is Aditya Rajan, the Executive Director. He is also a civil engineering professional and has professional expertise in project management, business development, managing commercial interior fit-out projects, operations management, and procurement management. Now, let us hear his take on inclusivity and accessibility.
Hello everyone, this is Aditya from Chennai. So I'm a full-time contractor. I take up turnkey projects in interiors and construction as well, any kind of buildings as for now. So I'm also into a little bit of marketing. I'm very happy to be a part of GAAD 2021. I'd missed all these coronavirus pandemic things happening in India. I appreciate all the effort taken by each and everyone to make this event going on. We'll also let you know what we do in Alchemia right now. There are actually two parts. One is the design part, another one is the execution part. Designing products with accessibility as the basic need, all we have to have in mind is to get a universal usable product. So what is a universal design? When, for example, if you take, there is a cloth and that cloth is named as some kind of fit. It can be worn comfortably by only a particular body type people, and other body type people might find it very uncomfortable just because they don't have the exact type of body. So what we do is we design it in such a way that it can be customized by any kind of body type people. So maybe it will have a rope or something behind like that, and it will look in a different way when it's being worn by different body type. Let us take another thing in mind, like if you're going to design the interiors of a room for a person with no disabilities, you're going to look into all this color concepts. You're going to look at what all products to be placed where and how it should look. You're talking about all looks. What if a person with some kind of visual impairment gets inside the room? Is it their problem that they can't look at that art and enjoy it? It's not that good, or it's not the way of how we take things up. So instead of having a plain art or an art on the wall which has just a plain surface, we can try bringing up some textures on that same art. We can emboss those arts in such a way that it can be felt when touched. So bringing up a lot of textures, bringing up a lot of materials that can be used to make that art. All these are small ways that you can make that art be felt by people who cannot see. Having all these things as the basic content of developing designs of products and certain services related to what Alchemia is all about. We are taking our initial steps right now. So I think Alchemia will one day be very proud of how it started, why it started, and how big it's serving in this universal design or the inclusive nature that we are all expecting the world to have.
Now let's move on to construction and maintenance standards. The types of disabilities that are being considered or that has to be considered while it comes to construction are basically four categories. Non-ambulatory, it means that whatever might have happened and then the person would have moved to a wheelchair, that's how he's or she is going to access any place. And there is semi-ambulatory. It means that person is partially blind or maybe using a walking stick, or he has arthritis or any kind of certain illness like that, which will make that individual walk with a little bit of difficulty or insecurity. The third one is sight, which means the person is having total blindness or impairments affecting sight to an extent that if that person is exposed to public areas, he or she is insecure or in danger. And the final one is hearing. So it's basically deafness or hearing handicaps that might make an individual insecure in public areas because he is or she is unable to communicate or hear warning signals. Starting with non-ambulatory disabilities, that is when a person is about to go on a wheelchair, only in that way they can access any kind of place. So when they are on the wheelchair, there are actually two options. Maybe if they can go anywhere or access any part by themselves, or maybe another person might accompany them. So having this in mind, there are certain things that have to be taken into consideration. For example, like the entrance of a building, it should have minimum clearance of 900 mm, and the width of the passage or corridor, or the slope that the wheelchair is going to climb on, like the exact ramp, it should have 1:12 ratio. Passing over different levels and grooves and all should be there, and the range of reach should also be convenient. That is, if there is going to be a ramp, and that person should have easy access to hold on to the handrail if there is going to be any kind of brake required. So there are these design elements within the building premises that has to maintain all these guidelines. So we'll start with site planning. Site planning is it's just to accommodate the handicapped or elderly people. Each building and its site should be planned and designed as an integral unit from the very beginning of the design process. So to be elaborate, if there is going to be a walk path, so or if it's going to be a corridor or something like that, it should have proper surface. It should not have irregular surfaces finished with maybe cobblestones or coarse aggregates or concretes or bricks, because all these things will not give them a comfortable wheelchair ride, or even if there is elderly people walking, it will be not very comfortable for them. And the minimum walkway width should be at least 1200 mm in case if it's going to be a very less populated walking area. And if any kind of walkway is going to exceed 60 meter in length, actually there should be some kind of rest area adjacent to the walkway, just to take breaks for people with disabilities. When there is going to be a resting area, the texture on the surface of the floor should be different from that on the walkway. This will actually help the blind people to find the difference, and they can actually reach this resting area. For parking of vehicles of handicapped people, there are certain provisions that should be made. The surface parking for 2 car spaces shall be provided near the entrance for these physically handicapped people. Maximum travel distance of about 30 meter from the building entrance should be maintained. And there is also another need that proper information stating that this space is reserved for wheelchair users should always be displayed. Guiding floor materials shall be provided, or device which guides visually impaired persons with audible signals or other devices which serves the same purpose should actually be provided. While we are talking about building a ramp which is easily accessible, the main thing is a person who is using a wheelchair, their upper limbs must actually bear the burden of propelling the body towards the upper part of the ramp. So when the ramp is actually descending, when the wheelchair is going to be operated from the top to bottom, there is actually a possibility of wheelchair running out of control because the user must manually control the speed, apart from the electronic ones that are available. So steep ramps should not be provided. There should be a little bit of flat surface intervals in between too. If possible, if it's a commercial building, automatic open close door should serve the purpose. In case if there is going to be any kind of budget constraint while constructing that particular building, there should be proper provision given for the main doors to be accessed by people on wheelchair. Not just people on wheelchair, maybe if somebody is carrying a baby in a stroller and if they can't reach out to the door handle and then open it up without any other person's help, it's not going to be very accessible. So all those reach out spaces and all those dimensions should be given properly. Talking about windows, we would probably have all these windows handles located in the mid height of the entire height of the window. So instead of having at that point, if somebody is on a wheelchair and they have to access all those windows, a proper handy control should be given at a height that permits the use of those window accessories from a wheelchair. So apart from that, the viewing zone from the wheelchair should be very clear, and if there is going to be any curtain or Venetian blind controls or ropes, should be properly placed in accessible places for people who are actually on the wheelchairs. So whenever you go to a commercial building in India, by law there should be at least one lift provided. It should have a passenger capacity of at least 13 persons, according to Bureau of Indian Standards, and the clear internal depth and width should be 1100 mm by 2000 mm. There should also be a handrail that is fitted just adjacent to the control panel, and the automatically closing door of that lift should be of at least minimum of 5 seconds, so that it will be comfortable for them to maneuver from the inside of the lift to outside or vice versa. And there should also be proper announcement of the lift staging floor. There should be proper sound control of lift closing or opening. So all these things has to be kept in mind, and all these things has to be maintained properly, without which it's not going to be easy for a person with any kind of disability to get inside and out. Finally, coming to the toilet specifications, the one that is being used by people who are in wheelchair, there should actually be a provision of western closet seat, and the door, the door width should be at least of 900 mm, and that should swing outside. That is also one important need. Apart from that, the wheelchair should be having a proper turn radius inside the cubicle. Normal cubicles will be narrow, that can be manageable, but then a person on a wheelchair should actually maneuver his or her wheelchair inside the cubicle to move from one place to another, that is from the closet to wash basin, and then move out of that space. And wherever required, there should be proper handrails given to help them out. So these are very, very important. This is on a very serious note. Apart from all the things that we have discussed until now, there are other things like signages. Proper signages have to be kept wherever possible, and maybe these signages with braille imprint on it would be of a better standard. There should be proper guiding or warning floor material. If there is going to be any kind of step, or there is going to be a change in the level of the floor, proper guiding material should be placed. Guiding material in the sense it's just going to be something like a sticker or something like a material with some other texture which will warn the person if he or she has visual impairments. So while all these things are properly maintained, and when people have proper awareness of how to maintain this standards of universal accessible environment, I think there will be no difference between each and everyone. Everyone will be on the same scale. Everyone will have same opportunities. There will be unity in diversity. When I was talking about me going and meeting my friends' parents for dinner, and they are working towards disability, all these accessible environment and things, I have to tell about them. So they are Abhik and Anu from Prakat. So I thank you both a lot. I hope a lot for you, for making me understand certain things that actually moved me into working towards something related to disability and making life better, or at least not to be very dramatic, at least to have some kind of change or impact, or create an awareness of how accessible things should be. So thank you for boosting me up in that part of my thinking. And I thank all of the crew members who actually work for this event to happen. Again, telling about this situation that India is going through right now, and amidst all these COVID situations, with all these risks happening, you all come together to make this event happen. Thank you very much. Hats off and all the best. Having said about all these things, personally from my side, I think there should be some kind of basic culture developed. So what I personally feel is, if there is a person with some kind of disability on the street or in a place where you have been, and if you notice them being a little bit hesitant to ask for help, or maybe they're feeling a little bit conscious to ask for help, if you feel that, please go to them, reach out to them, and kindly ask them if there is any kind of help required. That basic thing will actually bring them out of all those insecurities, and I think that will develop a proper accessible environment for everybody.
During such strenuous times, medical assistance for the elderly is more difficult than ever. Medical consultation can be made accessible through the internet. Anirvan Jyoti Chaudhary's I'm Well is one such initiative to build a comprehensive integrated medicine platform for consultation and therapy. They aim to create a holistic well-being platform focused on workplace wellness and well-being consulting. Anirjyoti has over 3 decades of experience in banking operations and regulations at RBI, financial system services at IBM HCL Technologies, business roles in Frontier Business Systems, Prakat Technologies and e-litmus evaluation, and entrepreneurship at Cognos and Zingup Life, which is India's first curated marketplace for holistic wellness. Now this multifaceted personage will speak at our platform today about the unlimited possibilities of accessibility for senior citizens. We are honored to have him among us today.
Good day to all of you. I am Anirvan Jyoti Chaudhary from Bangalore, India, from a company called I Am Well, and I am both delighted and privileged to be given an opportunity to speak at the Global Accessibility Awareness Day 2021. Today I am going to talk to you about a segment of the population which you normally don't think of when you talk of accessibility. Strangely enough, this segment of the global population is perhaps the largest group of people on the planet who really need accessible solutions and services and who have issues on a day-to-day basis in their daily life in addressing their daily needs. I am talking about our senior citizens, people older than 60, who on a daily basis find it a struggle to do things which we who are of lesser age take it for so easily for granted. Just to give you some idea of the size of the population I am talking about, the global population of senior citizens is expected to reach 2 billion by 2050. In India itself, in 2011, there were 103 million people who are considered senior citizens. Today, 2021, that number has gone up to 153 million. By 2026, we should have crossed 175 million. And by 2050, when the global population of senior citizens is 2 billion, we'll have 320 million senior citizens in the country. It's almost 8.6% of the global population. India is recording a 3% year-on-year growth in the number of seniors. And it's not just about a larger population of senior citizens. It's also the fact that around 75% of this population have chronic health issues. 40% have some disability or other. And 20% have serious mental or cognitive health issues. And these are people who need to be looked after by our society. In 2002, if I can go back about 10 years, 2002 there was an event called the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. Now this was a very landmark event. Why was it a landmark event? It was a landmark event because for the first time the world as a whole got together to think of a roadmap for addressing the challenge of aging in our society. And this was important. See, if you look at it in a different perspective, aging, the problem of aging is actually a cause of celebration. The fact that we have a larger number of people growing older amongst us today is actually a tribute to the triumph of human ingenuity, innovation, scientific development, and expertise over the last few centuries. Today, human longevity has reached a stage which has never ever before reached in the history of human civilization. And this is something we should actually celebrate. Ironically, our societies, our environments, our public spaces, our digital spaces, none of them cater to this segment of the population as comprehensively and as conscientiously as they should. And that is something which we need to realize. So when we talk about this aging issue, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, it also talks about this. So they have actually identified 3 major mega trends in terms of demographic change. First is, of course, the growth in population. The actually 4 mega trends, if I may correct myself. So one is the growth in population. Second is migration. The third significant mega trend is aging. And the fourth is, of course, urbanization. Now, these megatrends have significant impact on sustainable development goals. And as you can see, aging is one of the four main contributors to the sustainable development goal challenges and issues. So when we talk about accessibility issues for senior citizens, let's take the problem and break it up into its components. It's not just about an old person or a senior citizen finding it difficult to move from point A to point B. So it's not just about physical constraints. So physical access is one part of the problem. The other part is the digital access. In an increasingly digitized world where products, services, access to utilities, access to financial services, everything is centered around a digital experience. This also becomes a very key component of accessibility issues which need to be addressed. In fact, late last year, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare commissioned a study called the Longitudinal Aging Study in India. It was called LASI. This is supposed to have been the most comprehensive longitudinal study on aging, and it was supposed to drive our public policy on aging, the national policy on aging. Now, this study was commissioned by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in India, and it was executed by 5 different agencies, in collaboration with 5 different agencies. You had the Institute of Population Sciences in Mumbai, you had the Harvard School of Public Health, you had the University of Southern California, you had the United Nations Population Fund, and you had the National Institute of Aging, which collaborated to do this very comprehensive and very exhaustive study of the aging population in India. And interestingly, what they found? They found that contrary to the popular perception that a senior citizen or a geriatric population is not a productive population, around 66% of the rural aged are still working, along with 28% of the 66% of the rural male population, which is aging, is still working. 28% of the female population is still working. 46% of the male urban aging population are still working, and 11% of the urban female population is still working. So contrary to what we have been led to believe, our seniors are not people who are not productive. They are very much a part of the active labor pool. Considering the advances in health and well-being, seniors are not just living longer, they are also working and contributing to the society and economy much longer than we would have otherwise had them doing so. And this is a fact which we need to keep in mind. So when we are addressing their accessibility concerns, we are actually significantly impacting their ability to be productive and contribute. If you look at literacy levels, for example, the literacy levels in senior citizen in 1991 in India was average 27%. In 2011, it had risen to 44%. In 2021, the figure has crossed 53%. So more than half the aging population in India is actually a literate, productive population. And it is not just accessibility issues for seniors. It's not just about locomotor disability or visual disability. It's actually much more comprehensive than that. So if you sit down and study the challenges, the accessibility challenges which seniors face today, as I was telling you earlier, so you have physical disability or accessibility at one level, and you have digital accessibility at the other level. But across these two towers, or across these two segments of accessibility, there are 6 different kinds of issues which need to be identified and addressed. The first is, of course, locomotor issues, where physical mobility is affected, moving from point A to point B when a senior citizen steps out of the home, climbs down the stairs, or walks up the stairs to an ATM, or walks to a grocery store to pick up essential commodities, or tries to get into a vehicle or a public transport service. So these are issues which need to be addressed in terms of providing ramps, guardrails, handrails, well-marked access paths, etc., etc. So that is one part of the story. The other part of the story is that it's not just about moving from point A to point B. In today's world, a lot of stuff is available to you at your fingertips through your phone or through your laptop PC or your tablet. Not just accessing services through your communication or computing devices, even monitoring devices, medical devices, all of these require a certain degree of familiarity with digital technologies and access information. So it's not just about locomotor issues, it's also about visual impairment. Now, with declining eyesight, with cataract and glaucoma, it's sometimes quite a bit of a challenge for a senior citizen to identify, read print on a smartphone device, or look at a monitor of a glucometer or a blood pressure monitor or an oximeter and find out the readings. So you need to, when you are designing such products, you need to figure in larger displays, brighter colors, more simple and very clear-cut fonts, which need to be there. Otherwise, it's a challenge reading small print. Have you ever tried to read the small print of an oximeter reading or a thermometer reading, a digital thermometer reading? Even people who are younger sometimes find it difficult. Think of a senior. Second issue is the oral impairment concerns. Oral impairment is also something which seniors live with on a day-to-day basis. With declining hearing, it is difficult for them to hear signals or cues or alarms or alerts and act accordingly. And that is why that is another area which needs to be addressed when you are designing solutions, products, or public spaces for them to negotiate or navigate. You need larger volumes, you need signals at a certain pitch or frequency which is more possibly easier for them to hear, and a lot of research needs to go into what are the things which can be done to improve their ability to access oral signals and respond accordingly. The third point I'll bring up, the fourth point I'll bring up today is the issue of fine motor control. With touchscreen devices, touchscreen phones, smartphones, etc., going on and on today, the ability to have this fine motor control where you can actually trigger off a set of instructions or you can trigger off a process using your fingertips, that becomes of primary importance. And with issues like Parkinson's or issues with finger tremors or limb tremors, etc., it's very difficult sometimes for a senior citizen to literally put their finger on the point. And that is something we will have to figure out. You need to have spaces, both physical as well as digital spaces, which have larger tactile areas. You need to understand when you are calibrating the pressure on a smartphone screen, that which pressure is considered an intentional touch and which is a trembler. So these are things which need to go into your design theories and design philosophy. The last 2 points I'll bring up to your notice is, one is of course memory impairment, which is a challenge which people have to live with. As we grow older, our short-term memory often gets more affected than our long-term memory. And we often fail to remember instructions, to follow procedures, to follow operating processes, to access spaces, both physical and digital. And this is something which needs to be taken care of. So you need to have more frequent cues. you need to have more frequent reminders. You need to have a system where people are continuously and sometimes repetitively reminded of things they need to do to achieve their desired expected goals. And finally, you have cognitive impairment. Now, considering the fact that if I look at the Indian context specifically, where the digital revolution happened mostly in the last 2 decades, 20-25 years, a lot of our seniors are actually not exposed to technology. They're not exposed to digital devices. And the exponential rate at which the digital world has expanded all around us today, sometimes they do feel very significantly left out. So you need to, there are issues where they actually do not, it's not that they don't understand, and they're not dumb. Please understand, they're not dumb. But they really can't follow or understand something which is completely unfamiliar to a large part of their learning experience. And we need to factor that in. We need to have solutions which include a human agent guiding people through these kind of complexities. We need to have solutions which include a voice-assisted system of instructions or reminders which keeps them, which makes them effective in navigating through this world. And these are things which are all extremely important when you are talking about accessibility issues too. So if I may sum up this whole range of issues, so both across the physical accessibility point of view as well as the digital accessibility point of view for seniors, you have these 6 main areas of concern which need attention and which need focus from the designers, the implementers, the executors and the planners for both our public spaces, the physical spaces we are talking about, as well as the digital spaces. These are locomotor issues, visual impairment issues, oral impairment issues, fine motor control issues, memory impairment issues, and cognitive impairment issues. And these are things which need to be addressed when you are talking about senior citizens' accessibility needs. But having said all this, the fundamental question which all of us, you and me and all of us who are listening to this today, we need to understand and keep in mind is that, see, the challenge is not about finding solutions. We have enough ingenuity, enough brains, enough talent globally to find solutions to make life easier for our seniors. The challenge lies in recalibrating our mindsets, because most of us still do not realize that accessibility is something which will be an issue for all of us at some point or other in our lives sooner or later. All of us grow old, and all of us sooner or later will face the same physical, mental, emotional challenges which our seniors face today. And if we do not keep that in mind, nothing as much is going to change actually. The day we as a community, as a civilization, as a society, we realize that aging and the associated accessibility problems I talked about are inevitable for all of us living today, that day things will start changing. That is the most powerful realization which can be the most effective agent for change in building a more safer, secure and accessible world for everybody, not just our senior citizens. This is the last thought I'd like to leave you with today, and I sincerely thank you for your time.
Assistive technology has broken boundaries as a result of passionate leaders. One such person is Ted Drake. Ted believes that accessibility is more than making sure images have alternate text. He works with engineers, product managers, and designers to understand how accessibility impacts the users to create solutions that are delightful experience to all users, regardless of their physical, sensory, or cognitive ability. With this goal, Ted is a global accessibility leader at Intuit, where he works with engineers, project managers, and designers to make sure Intuit's products provide a great experience. He was a global co-founder and chairman at Intuit Abilities Network for 3 years. We are glad to welcome him as our speaker today, as he addresses personalization and inclusive design for improved accessibility.
Welcome to Prakat's Global Accessibility Awareness Day 2021, an online webinar of inclusive design and accessibility information. My name is Ted Drake, and I'm the Global Accessibility and Inclusive Design Leader for Intuit. We make financial software that powers small businesses, taxes, and personal finance. The theme for today's event is to create inclusivity for all. To do this, we must recognize that every person is unique, has specific requirements and preferences. Today, I'm going to talk about personalization and inclusive design. Raising the Floor was an ambitious program that started at least a decade ago. The goal was to push the burden of customizing the interface from the person to the application. Essentially, I would be able to use any software interface and it would adapt to my preferences, as opposed to me having to figure out how this thing's going to work. To make this happen, people would need to establish their preferences in a centralized location. And then software applications would need to access them and adapt their interfaces dynamically. It sounds pretty exciting. So let's see how that's happening. In the meantime, Apple excitedly announced iOS 7 with an exciting new feature. The screen came to life with a shifting perspective when moving the phone back and forth and up and down. The applications, the icons appeared to float below the surface of the glass. Even more exciting were these dynamic animations when the user swiped and selected apps. It was a practical cornucopia of animation and movement. But then we collectively discovered vestibular disorders and how animation design can make people sick. So Apple quickly introduced a setting to reduce motion. They realized that they had brought in something that was actually causing people to be sick. So they quickly modified and came up with a way for people to control the amount of animation appearing on their devices. App developers were then encouraged to detect that user preference and deliver alternative motion designs when requested. At the same time, web developers began using media queries, which are a method of modifying a web page appearance and behavior based on the browser's state. For instance, you can make a web page grow and you can make it collapse when I take the web page from a big browser window down to a little mobile screen. Now we can access the personal settings of our customers, and we can make suitable modifications. So Apple first surfaced the reduced motion in their apps. Then they made it available for other app developers, and Android did the same thing. So now what's happening is that information is surfaced to the web browser. And now web application developers can make their changes based on those personal settings. At Intuit, we've built a function that surfaces the user preferences and surfaces it to the JavaScript and the React platform. That makes it easy for us to customize our animation library to provide two versions of our animations based on the user preferences. For example, we have a loading widget, and that loading widget has a lot of, grows really quickly, and then it starts filling in the colors and it just goes zoom, zoom, zoom. You know, it's really exciting and vibrant. But for people that want reduced motion, they don't need the zoom, zoom, zoom. Instead, what we do is we provide them with the loading widget, and it just slowly grows. It still gives you that feeling of the fact that this is loading. It just does it in a much more subtle fashion. So we're still using animation. We're still giving people the purpose of the animation, which is to say, you know, just take a moment. We're loading this page. We're doing some calculations. It'll be ready in about 2 seconds. But instead of making it zoom back and forth, we're just giving a nice, simple, steady animation. Currently, reduced motion is the best supported user preference, but there are more coming in the future. Web pages will be able to know when someone prefers light or dark mode. They prefer increased contrast. And display, for instance, am I using a big monitor or am I using a screen that only has black and white or monochrome? Or maybe I'm not even using a screen. Maybe I'm in a car and the data is being projected onto the windshield. And input information. Can I use a mouse? Can I use a keyboard? Do I have to talk to it? Is it looking at my eyes blinking? Am I pressing with the finger? Am I swiping with the finger? There's a huge variety of inputs that we're going to start being able to understand. And when we know what's happening with the device, we can personalize the experience. Another example is if the battery is low, do we start reducing the amount of videos that we send? If the ambient light is dark, do we brighten the screen? If the device is moving, do we make buttons bigger? We can also personalize content based on the user's profile or the way they're moving through your application. For example, TurboTax provides a unique tax filing experience for every person. Thousands and thousands of ways of moving through the tax experience because the law is so complex. But as you're filling out your tax form, our machine learning and artificial intelligence is figuring out, okay, well, this person has filled in this information. These are the screens they're going to need. We're not going to make them go through 5,000 extra screens. We're only going to show the screens that are needed for their tax experience. And every time they fill out a new form, it's changing that experience and bringing in the forms that are appropriate. Another example at Intuit is QuickBooks, which is a complicated accounting system, has two views. We just introduced a new view. It was based on how an accountant does bookkeeping. But now we're looking at, well, if I'm a small business owner and I just created a business, I'm not necessarily an accountant. So we have another view called Business View. And Business View uses different terminology and a few different ways of setting up the page so that a small business owner that's busy doing all the work and the last thing they want to do is think about accounting terms, they have a much friendlier experience. Now, we can do a lot with personalization. We have access, and we will soon have access to even more personal settings and device settings and system states. But we need to take a moment to understand our responsibilities with personalization. Just because we can personalize an interface based on user information or state doesn't mean that we should. We can't make assumptions about a user's preference. For example, we shouldn't switch to a harsh, high contrast black and white scheme because a person prefers increased contrast. They may want darker text so they can read it, but they may have a light sensitivity. And when all of a sudden they're exposed to a large white screen, it may cause them to actually be painful because there's too much light coming in. So instead of assuming that because they want high contrast, they want high contrast, maybe start by replacing those light gray text with the dark gray text. Increasing the font weight. Instead of using a light font weight, use a medium font weight. So start thinking about, if I know the person wants higher contrast, then let's give them higher contrast. Let's not assume they want ultra high contrast. We can also risk violating our customers' privacy by using personal information that's not required. Leonie Watson describes why assistive technology detection is inappropriate. She wrote, "My disability is personal to me, and I share that information at my discretion. Proponents of screen reader detection say it would be discretionary, but that's like choosing between plague and pestilence. Choosing between privacy and accessibility is no choice at all." That was in Leonie Watson's article, Thoughts on Screen Reader Detection. We also need to make sure we're not using information, such as geolocation, to predict a person's race, gender, or socioeconomic status, and then making biased adjustments. Raising the floor envisioned a world where everyone had a unique, inclusive experience. To get there, we needed personal settings. Surface those settings to applications, and designers had to envision how the product could adapt to the customer's unique needs. Personalized experiences reduce the cognitive load as workflows are simplified and eliminate irrelevant information. We also use personalization to prepare our products for future innovation, expecting new interfaces and challenges. A personalized design's goal is to give everyone a better experience. Incorporate significant user research and create a diverse team to work on personalization strategies. Don't sacrifice the experience of some customers by making assumptions based on limited data and interviews. Thank you for joining my talk on personalization and inclusive design. My name is Ted Drake with Intuit, and have a great Global Accessibility Awareness Day.
Abhik Biswas, the COO at Prakat Solutions, is a seasoned digital executive, business leader, and technology strategist. He is passionate about social ventures and technology-led solutions to social issues.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. I hope you've had an enjoyable few hours with our speakers and have probably got a notebook full of interesting ideas which you can take forward in your day-to-day life. I would like to thank all our speakers for joining us. Each one of them brought in such a lot of personal experience and commitment into this short talk which they shared with us. It was absolutely amazing. And as a part of the audience, I'm sure I learned a lot personally, and I'm sure many of you also are going to implement several of these ideas as you go forward. I was particularly bowled over by the experience and richness of the experiences which Mike Paciello talked about in his talk about his 35 years in accessibility. I did not even imagine there could be somebody who spent 35 years in accessibility. And wow, what a talk that was. And the other one which absolutely blew my mind was the Miracles on Wheels. The video was miraculous. I could actually feel the energy of each one of those dancers, though they were on wheelchairs. What a performance they put together. And the people behind it, Dr. Pasha and Mahira Pasha, hats off to you guys for imagining that you can actually make a difference to their lives, implementing it, and then proving to everybody around you that yes, it can actually be done. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences. I'm sure the 20 minutes was not sufficient to bring out all the aspects of what you were trying to share with us, but I'm sure we will have another opportunity to go deeper into this and also see the art form created by your students in a much longer version. The 1.5 minutes really didn't do justice to their capabilities. I was also taken aback by the interest in a high school student to actually create blogs, travel blogs about accessibility and accessible places. So Twesha was a really energetic speaker who talked about her experiences in that interview with Arunima, which was really eye-opening to a lot of us. The two people who actually created the Global Accessibility Awareness Day, we had the fortune of having both Joe and Jennison as a part of this event as speakers. Thank you very much for being there. And Joe, it was a really interesting to listen to you talk about why you actually thought of putting that blog post out in the first place. And we never realized that that was your motivation. Everyone knows the story of this blog post, but nobody actually dwells into why you put that post out. Thank you very much for sharing that insight with many of us here. We have always been looking at digital accessibility and issues related to that, which a lot of our speakers have brought up today. We had Ted Drake talking about some aspects. We had Srinivasu Chakravartula talking about the impact of the pandemic and how it is making accessibility a lot more important. We had Jason Thompson talking about accessibility from an entirely different perspective. And we had Tina Sarkar Thompson talking about her experience, personal experiences about how she went through the last several years of her life, learning and performing in careers and getting to the point where she is a very successful HR professional right now. We also learned about the very technical solutions which Neurotron is putting together, which can help many of our people with certain kinds of hearing disabilities probably start hearing much better. And that was quite an interesting perspective, when very different from all the other things which we were listening to today. And Sudip Majumdar, who is from one of our core key partners, EqualGenius Foundation, talked about how diversity and inclusion can be adopted in our organizations and some best practices we keep in mind for that. We also had Aditya from Alchemia Designs, another one of our partners, talking about how they are trying to fulfill their social vision by helping people who are marginalized. Aditya talks about putting together accessible buildings because he's a civil engineer. He sees that as one of the ways in which he can make an impact in that area. So thank you, Aditya, for sharing all of that. We also had the event which was kicked off by Abhik Biswas of Prakat Solutions, which is a company which has been committed to accessibility from the day it was started and has trained over 1,000 people with various kinds of disabilities, both in India and in the US, to take jobs in the mainstream industry. Thank you very much for that. Also would like to acknowledge a few of our other partners, the Dalrada Corporation. The Dalrada Corporation is based out of San Diego and is heavily committed to making a difference to lives of people using healthcare, using technology, using green energy, and thank you very much for supporting this event. Mitra Jyoti is one of our oldest partners, and they do a lot of work in the area of training and providing livelihoods to people with disabilities, specifically the blind, but not restricted to that. And we owe a lot of this GAAD movement in India to Mitra Jyoti, because they were the people who came together with Prakat Solutions several years ago, probably 7 or 8 years ago, to make a difference and create this awareness in India. Now that event has become an online event and has taken global proportions. So this would never have happened without Mitra Jyoti participating in it. Also of specific importance is to mention the Rotary and the Rotaract movement and the Rotaract Club of Koramangala in particular, who have volunteered their time and energies to get a lot of this material ready for this event, along with volunteers from Alchemia, from A&J, and Prakat Solutions. Thank you very much, all the volunteers who have spent sleepless nights trying to get the subtitles in place, trying to get the posters in place, and making this event truly memorable for each one of us. Thank you very much, the audience. This event would not be what it is without you. And we would like you to please come in and comment on some of our posts on the social media, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram, wherever you are comfortable, so that the word about accessibility can be shared. And just before I close, I want to share a little secret with all of you. All of you probably know that we are running this event 4 times in 4 different time zones, 6 hours apart during the day today. But the other part of it is that we are going to repeat these 4 slots not only tomorrow, but all the way through Sunday. So this is going to be 4 sessions per day running for 4 days, so 16 sessions in all. And I hope that you can encourage more people to come and watch this, to learn from this, and hopefully it will make a difference to their life in some way. Thank you very much, and stay safe. And we will see you again at next year's event. Wonderful having you here. You were a great audience.